Interesting. So real quick. All right. So, something true. What's the doctrine? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man. I get some people up in here. Well, can I get up in who else I can send this to? Send this to. Who else? Can I send it to everybody? Not sure. Not sure. I got something. Past tense. Alright. Alright. What the heck? Alright. See. Uh, no. I'm gonna put my other Pro Fizzle in here. Why the heck this thing in? Uh-huh. Alright. I was trying to look for my other like the mechanical bull. See if everybody. Everybody. Peace. When are your people born? What the heck? Good boy. This dang on. Oh my. Got some for that. Get some for that. What's the deal, Marie? How you feeling? How you feeling? Where the? Let's see if I can.
What up,
This
Kev?
thing? Can you hear me good? I'm trying to see this thing
I can
over
hear
here.
you, but like it sounds like if you had a microphone in the background and it's distorted. That's what it sounds like.
All right, talking about this AC. Hold up, I got you. Give me a second. It's distorted. Hey. All right.
Yeah, it sounds a little better now.
Yeah. Oh, you say you couldn't deal with that. Can't deal with
I mean,
that.
it's all right. I would have dealt with it no matter what. It's all good because I can still hear you.
Oh, okay. I had to make sure. I know this new what is junk for? I got a soundboard so that my other one I'm using my old one, so I
Oh,
guess they
okay.
can't go over that.
Dang, you tried to Marty McFly it, huh?
The what?
I
Right.
said you tried to Marty McFly it.
All right. What
Damn.
you been up to, man? You been hitting how they been treating you with the TikTok
Oh man,
streets?
you know how it is. I always get my head cut off, but it's all
Of
good.
course. So that's a
Because they don't want to
norm.
hear the truth. Yeah.
That's a norm around here,
Now they say
man.
it's like cough syrup. It don't taste good, but sometimes it's good for you.
Right. Nah, they
But you
spit it
know,
up every time. That's what happened. They can't handle it.
yeah. I think you came in on Abe's right live one time when I was on there.
On
I
where?
think you came on Abe's. Missed us.
That sound familiar. Dang, who was that? That
It's
sound
like
familiar.
Mr. Abe.
I probably did. I've been around. I forgot though. It sounds familiar, and I do remember seeing you in one of the rooms. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I was just like, because one of the topics was, they're like, oh, we need to stop, introducing logic to women. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, I would say I would agree with it. Because
I
the
remember
very
that.
first thing that women, when they respond to anything that's logical or trying to get them to understand something, they always respond with, I feel like we ain't talking
Oh, I
about your
remember you talking
feelings.
about Okay, I
Yeah.
know who you talking about, Mister. I must ain't never really
Mr.
call him by the
A.
name. I know his name when I read it and stuff, and I know who he is. That's crazy. I just thought about that. Yeah, so yeah, we was in there. Yeah, you right about that.
Yeah, I'm like, they always say it. No, I feel like we ain't talking about your feelings right now.
I
So
feel
we need
like
to.
you're telling a lie. I'm literally reading a stat, but I feel like the stat could be wrong.
And I don't really
Oh,
go by like statistics either, because what is
yeah.
it really? They're only made to form your opinion, obviously, but how much, like, is it 50, let's say 50 out of 100, or is it 98 out of 100? Or,
hmm
500 out of 1,000, or is it 500 out of 1,000,000? Like, so you can't really base it off of like statistics either.
Yeah, it's
So
like being
it's,
selective. It's a belief just like everything else. We just choose what we want to believe in because it also can save you. It's like I'm not about
true.
to go against statistics when they say that if you smoke, you can get this type of whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and believe them. I ain't about to be the one that
Oh, yeah,
test
for
it.
sure.
If you have
Right.
high cholesterol, statistics say, I'm good. I'm gonna believe statistics. That's why I say we be selective on our
Oh, yeah, for
statistics.
sure.
Yeah.
But when it's like a broad type statistic and it just covers a lot, it's like you can't really zone in on specific things. Like that was a specific topic. Like you talking about, oh yeah, smoking, that you can, even though a smoker will debate you and say, oh, well, we gotta die from something, so I might as well just keep smoking.
Right, right.
So it's
Or
all
it ain't
selective, I
happened to
guess.
me. It ain't happened to me. Well,
Right.
that's why
I've
it's a
been smoking for
percentage.
40 years. I'm like, yeah, well, quit
Uh-huh.
for 10 and see how your body feel.
Uh-huh.
But
That boy probably black as lungs ever.
then you cough and your lung just be like, damn, that shit hurt.
So I can hear it right. I can hear that you've been smoking that long. What do you mean? I'm not.
Right.
Let me stop. Like, no, that ain't give you the limit. But that's
Yeah.
serious though. Now I think about it, that's how serious addictions can be. They got holes in their neck and everything. They still gotta smoke. That's serious.
That's somebody who's brainwashed.
Yep, there it go. There it go. Washed by that addiction.
So
They
it's
said
almost
that.
like, in a sense, almost everybody is brainwashed.
Right, right. We getting somewhere. We getting somewhere.
And it's funny how like
And
people will go to the your first topic and be like, oh yeah, what makes a person brain? I'm like, that's not the first topic. The first topic's on the
they want to
top.
skip that. Yeah, they want to skip that verse. Look at you. Yeah, brainwash. You went straight for that verse.
Right.
You was watched and going looking at that. Did you? It's like, no, that's how we go. I notice everybody, and that's what it is. People like to use that when it goes against what they say. Oh, you just brain. That's why it made me think about this topic. Like, dang, so who is it? Because I'm like, I could have sworn to a certain extent everybody done got that information from somewhere. Or make your information more legit. We just choose to believe in something true.
Right.
Scientists, you're not a science. You're not that scientist. You choose to believe what that scientist put down. So they said
Right.
what air is H2O or whatever, all that stuff, or what
Right.
water is. But you chose to believe it or not. So that's with
Right.
anything.
Very true. I just think like it's just about, I guess, whatever it fits their narrative, I guess,
Yep,
or
that's what it
what's
is.
selected to them. So obviously, like certain things that I think the majority of people would agree on. As far, yeah, if you walk off, you take a long walk off a short bridge, you might, be unalive after that. But it's just, there's just like certain things. So to me, I think when people are the brainwashed are the ones that consistently do the same thing and they're proven that it's not right what they're doing, but they continue to do it because they feel that type of way. And it's like, so yeah, you are brainwashed at this point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you know,
That's a good one, though.
I wanted to do a top. I was thinking about this today. I was like, I'm about to do a topic on a live one day about why is it so hard for a woman to be asked to be 10 different women in one relationship, when in reality, when you are doing 10 different women to 10 different guys, I'm like, you already doing it, so why not do it with one man? And that's all he asks of you. I'm like, well, you know, I'll get my head chopped off for that one too.
You already know. The chopped off head. Let me stop for that TikTok, but the chop crew. What do you mean? What are y'all pushing out? And you can't say nothing on TikTok. Nah, man. Like, bro, y'all just heard the whole discussion and you took that part out.
Right.
Canceled.
Damn. Yeah, TikTok be tripping.
But then you go to the other side where they get to say anything they want. Mother, suck my, and I'm a, and nothing happened. Like
y'all still here?
I was still here. What the heck? All I did was cough a little bit. They said, warning.
Right.
Warning. You got one more time to do one of them type of calls. That was like a...
Right. He's like, wait, you sneezed on that one. You always cough, but
dangerous.
You sneezed
that was a dangerous rhetoric cough. That which is the last time.
That's funny.
What do you call? You're trying to imitate people. That's hate speech.
What's up?
Mirror in the building. What's the deal, man?
Not much. Sitting there listening, watching my son play Call of Duty.
Hey.
Nice.
You better be watching because you know you can't play.
What you talking about? What you mean I can't play? No, I'm talking to him. Yeah, I was up there telling him I'm going to talk to him how to play.
I don't play Call of Duty.
Ooh, I like that. Okay.
You put us on to GTA when you let me play.
Put him on some Mortal Kombat though. I'll be all on it.
Oh, I was just about to say, them my other games I play, Mortal Kombat and Tekken. Well, Call of Duty my number one. If people think I'm good at Mortal Kombat, Call of Duty, that's my
Dragon
top.
Ball.
Nah, that new Dragon Ball coming out, you about to get smacked in it.
Whatever. You see what you done started?
Right.
See, he taking advantage of the fact that I don't play anymore, so he trying to take it. You know, they trying to take advantage of it now.
And you know how people, when you say I haven't played in a while, you're like, yeah, but I haven't played either. And you start playing, you're like, yo, you were just playing this shit yesterday. What you talking about?
Right.
That's all right.
Is he good? He play competitive on Mortal Kombat?
Who?
I know I do.
Yo, son.
He said, do you play Mortal Kombat?
Nah. But I play it, but I button mash. I don't know combos.
Oh, you button man. Okay, never mind. I don't even need to talk no more.
Right.
That's not gonna be fair. It ain't gonna be fair. I play competitive.
Oh, following green.
Oh, nah. I know the move. I learned the moves and combos and the combinations and
Yes, Tim.
taking my stuff.
I'm actually waiting on that.
I don't care. I'm just going for it today.
My bad. I'm saying my age.
Uh-oh. What'd you say?
Oh, I don't care.
Say it again.
I said I learned all the combos in the arcade.
The arcade, right. That's how I mean, right. I'm saying my age too.
You play in the arcade?
That shit was hard as hell, man.
Yeah, my gun don't got no range for that.
So what's the arcade?
You can play in the arcade. You can play it in the arcade. You can whoop anybody on the game.
Dog, I think I did that before. I went back to an arcade. This my one friend whooped me up bad. I'm like, what the heck? This ain't the same.
Right?
Come on, bum.
Damn.
I said, meet me on the new one. I was whooping the boy here on the new stuff, though. The two games of fighting games I'm good at right now is Tekken and Mortal Kombat 1.
Oh, and Street Fighter too. Street Fighter.
But I ain't played in a while. They give me a headache.
My whole screen went yellow. I was like,
Well, yeah,
get too far,
Street
you
is a
get
little
too-
busy.
I think somebody chasing me though. Yep, somebody on me. Ah, leave me alone.
But yeah, Tekken was pretty dope.
This little kid chased me. Little kid.
Eddie was really sick. I like Eddie.
Come on, pop out.
Oh, that the newest character was that girl out now.
He was getting stalked by some little kid.
Oh yeah, them kids don't play no games.
Yeah,
I
you
remember
just
playing
get
Mortal
stalked off.
Kombat. I kept getting smacked up by this 15-year-old girl. I was mad. I was like, dog, I'm mad
he
that you were a
here.
girl already, and then you
Yeah, that's the
15.
problem with
I was feeling extra sorry, and I was throwing her on other people. Like, yep. I said, I felt it.
talking. I realized.
Nah, he dropped him. He dropped him because he chased him all the way from the top of the building. He parachuted down. The dude parachuted down behind him. Chased him inside. When he chased him inside, he was waiting on him. He laid him out. It was screaming, stop chasing me after while he was laying him out.
I'm getting 20 bodies today. This is the only time my body counts.
Oh, your second topic is pretty nice, though.
That's how my friend taught his kids, though. He was playing heavy on them, too. Like, and then I almost had to play serious with his kids once. I'm like, dog, what the heck going on? I'm like, these kids really know how to play. Them kids know how to play. They was playing Call of Duty. I was like, my.
You know, you think my children know how to play chess?
Oh, yeah.
I needed somebody to play against.
Mm-hmm.
So I taught myself how to play, and then after I taught myself how to play, I taught them how to play. You know,
how do you wash your brain?
It requires focus.
So first you got to take some soap and crack your head open.
Right.
You've been playing with them other people for so long that you think talking junk actually moves me. You know, talking junk don't even faze me.
Got my trap. You activated my trap card.
It don't. I get off on people talking junk. The more you talk junk, the quieter I get, and the better I play.
I be doing that too with stranger people that is at bowling. I be talking to people like that.
I in the elevator with that boy, and I thought the breach was drawn on him.
And I know they be in the lead too.
We killed each other.
I be like, yeah, but it don't matter. I'm gonna strike you out every time, and then you know, it's all fun though.
Kill me. Oh.
And in the fighting game, as long as I know there's another round, I ain't worried about it.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But to the topic, put that controller down, Kevin. What makes a person brainwashed?
See, I told you, Kev.
You did say that.
What, the day was gonna skip something?
She really did say that too. That's funny.
Who isn't brainwashed?
I had the grenade launcher too. I'm on his head.
That's funny because she hopped right on it and she like, watch the next person that come in. They gonna go right past that. He said that's gonna be brainwashed.
But you know, but in my defense, don't I always do that? I don't never answer to go right to the first one. You always have to make me go back to the prompt. So
right. You're right. That's that brainwash though.
Nah, that's the fact. It's the fact that I ain't brainwashed. The fact I do it that way.
Right.
That's my story.
Whatever make you feel better, we gonna rock with this.
That's my story.
He gonna make it sound sweet with the fact that I ain't brainwashed.
Nah, but you already know how I feel about that. You know, I don't feel like we necessarily brainwashed. I feel like we're more emotionally motivated than we are brainwashed. They can see you. People can see you trying to brainwash them, but they don't see like with these politics how you emotionally move when I say GUN rights or a you know I'm for or against the you know AB or you know when we bring up the community every election and then we have you know attempts and switches and all these things that are emotionally motivating and all this drama and stuff. It's not mentally motivating you. It's emotionally motivating you. So it's like you know you're so busy looking for the mental what you call it that you don't think they can get you because you're looking for it. But it's like if I can make you emotionally move like they do on TikTok. Let me come on here and cry. Let me shed some tears. Let me,
you know. Dude that was tapping in the elevator.
So that stuff right there makes a difference in and how we motivate it. And the other, manipulate it. And I think the other thing is that the fact that you don't believe that you can makes it so much easier for you to be. I think once you acknowledge that you can be, you become more aware of it, and you can see it. Now I don't know if you can see them all. But you can start I think that's what they talk about when they talk about opening your third eye, when they talking about waking up, when they talking about seeing, you start to see things clearly. That's the matrix. It's like you start to see through the other side. Like, okay, I can see where they're manipulating me. You know, because then my spew, Kev. You want to take you want to talk about you ain't manipulated? Let's take a trip to the grocery store. You going to get three things: bread, eggs, and milk. You either gonna buy bread, eggs, and milk, and $200 worth of other stuff you had no intention on buying, or you buy $200 worth of stuff that you had no intention on buying, and you forget to buy the bread, eggs, and milk, and you meant to do that. There was no motivation, you know from the fact when you tell your kids first thing you go in the store, which first thing you tell them kids? Don't ask for nothing. Why is it that they have to touch and ask for something? Why it seemed like the store would put the stuff out of the kids' reach, wouldn't it? But no, they put it right where the kids can
they do it on purpose.
Yes, it's motivation, it's manipulation, it's brainwashing. It's manipulation or mental or emotional brainwashing. Don't be triggered.
I do like the second topic though. But if you want to go in order, we can go in order.
Let's go ahead and get nerd up in the building. That's my homie right there.
I can't even take this serious after what you said.
You asked, I was like, let me get the best answer I can give you. Let me give you. It's like a coconut, you know what I'm saying? Just get it.
Oh man. Who isn't brainwashed? That's a good question. That's a really good question. How do you measure something like that though?
Don't do that. That's cheating. Mary, let's scratch that answer out.
You gonna scratch my answer out?
Cheater. You're a cheater. You can't use that line.
What he said.
Humans. We're talking about humans. He's that guy gonna cheat. When somebody did say the opposite, they just looking for a lightning bolt. No, I ain't saying I'm talking to. But
I think people that are detached from the world, like worldly things, are not brainwashed. That's the only answer I can think of. Because you can't really measure something like that.
I know who's not brainwashed. Those tribes that live out and they don't have any connection with us. They don't have no internet, no television, no TV, no radio, no microwave, no nothing. They don't even know who we are. And they wish we would stay out of their village and leave them the hell alone. Let them just live their life. Them people ain't brainwashed.
Interesting.
And that's why I said people detached from the worldly things, like people that live off the land.
You know, there's an island out there full of black people that they finally made it where it's banned for anybody to go to the island because every time them fools tried to go to the island, they killed every unalive F1 in the chat. They unalived every single last one of them fools. Anybody to come to that island. So
P. Diddy got an island?
They were one. No, this ain't P. Diddy. This is real people.
Oh, no, not Diddy.
I'm on TikTok. Leave me alone.
Take that.
They got a
that's so gross.
Nobody on it, and then
Yeah.
they came and dropped off.
But if he tried to go to the island, they'd get him too.
Right.
Pause. I got some bad stuff to do.
Damn.
I guess my answer, because I feel like I feel like I'm talking to them, but let me see, because I feel like we about to. I bet money everybody gonna have their own definition. That's why I'm like what y'all saying. Though everybody gonna have their own definition. It kind of leading to it because I think I basically heard both of y'all. With the first topic though, the first one, I bet you it's gonna be different for everybody. That's what make it. So I will answer. I believe. Who isn't? I think majority of us is. I believe to a certain extent. You know, we get our. I'm not trying to say too much though, because I don't want to get to answering all the questions and by mistake trying to say one explanation. But yeah, to a certain extent, I believe we are brainwashed. I think the only time we use it is if it's a person that go against or something we grew from that we learn, and then we say that another person is brainwashed. But then I believe we wash our brain with the other thing and back to that don't sound. I try to make it sound sweet too, but it just sound it's hard. But I basically say we brainwash ourselves to being re-brainwashed with something new and think we're not brainwashed anymore. That's how I look at it. Because everything I look at it, everything watch that. I look at everything is like we got it from somewhere. So it's like that's how I look at it. Uh I'm trying my best not to answer that first one. So it's so close to that prompt. So I guess it's gonna blend in. So all right, let's get the let's see this one. Let's go with you, Marie. What makes a person brainwashed?
Well, like I was saying earlier, as far as what makes a person brainwashed is when they continue to do what they've been doing and they think it's working for them, but it's been proven over and over and over again that it's not, and they continue to do it. It's like a woman that stays in an abusive relationship and thinks it's just how it is. It's like, no, it's not. They
Wouldn't
just
that be
become
like
brainwashed from it. I get, yeah. But they're still like brainwashed when they
I keep
believe
saying
it.
rebellious. I mean rebellious. But yeah, I keep mixing them two words.
But no, but it's just like as far as when somebody just continues to do something and they're like, oh, but I've always been this way. It's like, okay, well, how's that working out for you so far? Because you haven't done anything like with your life. Like, what do you have to show for it? You're always like everything is in a negative. So you're like, all right, so if that's how you always been, okay, but how's that working out for you?
I wanna ask you a question about that because it sounds similar to like a trauma response as opposed to brainwashing. So how would you differentiate the two?
Okay, so if let's say somebody is telling an individual that what you eat is extremely unhealthy and you've been eating that for the past 20 years and now your body's starting to realize and they're just like, okay, but I've always done this. I've always been this way. I've always eaten this. But then you're like, okay, but you do know when you do stop, your body's going to react in a way that is going to surprise you and you're going to think something's wrong with you. And in reality, there is something wrong with you, but you're going to ignore it because you're thinking, oh, I've always been like this. That would be somebody who's brainwashed into thinking that that's the way it's supposed to be. Even though somebody's in front of them telling them, hey, no, this is unhealthy of what you're doing.
I learned that's cognitive dissonance. I just learned that word like a month ago. I heard that.
All right, I'm back. What's up, Sean?
I understand.
What's up, Marie?
Sean in the building. What's
Nerd
the deal?
Chef.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, what's good?
No, I was saying that I understand what brainwash is, but when you're using stuff like, okay, well, women staying in relationships where there's DV, how is that different from a trauma response as opposed to brainwashing? That's what I was asking. Yeah, 'cause it sounds so similar.
Similar,
it could
yeah.
be. Yeah,
it could be, but at the same time, it is really not because.
I think I'm
Do you use Dawn soap to wash your brain?
Wow, no.
Wait, what?
I know. I was like, wait, where'd that come from?
You said brainwash. How do you wash your brain? My brain might be pretty dirty. I need to clean it.
Oh man.
Here you go with
the.
so you put it in a dishwasher.
Right. I let it sit for a minute while you go to bed. Right.
Well, how do you get it out to put it in the dishwasher? And if I figure that out, I'm really gonna learn how to take that
Set a
mug out when I
timer,
get a
man.
headache.
You gotta set a timer.
How do you take it out?
What was
That's what she said.
How do you wash your brain?
Wow,
How do you wash your brain? What do you use? Dawn dish detergent?
You said something about how do you know if you brainwash?
What do you use to wash your brain? A special brain soap?
I don't know.
You use brain detergent? Braino.
Yeah, you eat a lot more greens. There you go. That's how you wash your brain. Yeah, not Drano.
Braino. Huh?
I said I literally just made a video about that today. About if it's 10 people in the room and 8 of y'all think the same, then that lets you know that you've been conditioned and programmed to think the way society wants you to think. To me, that's a form of brainwash. Man, did he pause again?
Damn you, TikTok. Tap the screen, share live. Tap the screen, tap the screen, share live. Damn you, TikTok. But one little tip.
I had heard you. I was on my backup. He said, "Did he pause again?" I was like, "Yeah, I got
but one little secret.
timing.
I gotta get everybody this secret. Please remember to mute when you tapping the screen because it sounds like.
Right. Tap that screen. Share if y'all haven't shared yet. Join the
team. People gonna be wondering what you doing.
Join the right. Make sure y'all got a heart near y'all name. That's how I know if y'all joined the team.
He looking for 500 lightning bolts up there. I don't care what he say. Okay, yeah, help him get that. He ain't gonna ask, but I was
brainwashed. I ain't asked for it. That's why I didn't see him. Right, there you go. He joined the team. See that usually right there. That's how you join the team. But I think he said it left off. You were saying Sean was saying about people thinking the same way. So
I was saying I made a video today about if it's 10 people in the room and 8 of y'all think the same. To me, that let me know that you've been brainwashed and conditioned to think the way society want you to think. If you got that many people in the room and all y'all have different walks of life, y'all don't have the same family members, and even that you go with just 10 men in one group and 8 men think the same, that means that some way that we were all programmed to think that a man should be this or a man should be that. If 8 of us out of 10 believe in the same thing, I would think that's a sign of programming, and brainwash, condition is all the same to me.
No context behind it or nothing. Well, people just can't agree or be on the same page.
No, okay. Like when we talk about like certain things, right?
Okay, certain things. I was about to say, gotta be context.
Yeah, like when we talk about I go with as men. When we think about women, all men mostly say we supposed to be the protectors and the providers, right? Mm-hmm. That's programming. That's not just 8 or 10 men out of a room. That's pretty much mass majority of men in America think that we supposed to be the provider and the protectors. Now, when it comes to women, they all say that we are the nurturers. We are the ones that's supposed to be cooking and be submissive. They the ones who think that. So it's not like an 8 out of 10. It's pretty much majority of women think that way. So if men think a certain way and women think a certain way, then to me that's a sign of programming.
Interesting. That sounds interesting.
Bars.
Right. What's up, Imperial in the building?
Nothing.
Brother Gabe.
TikTok streets.
So, I think you're the newest one now. Who isn't brainwashed?
I'm gonna use this as a particular take to say that everybody's brainwashed.
I like that.
In one way, shape, and form. And I'm going to make it real simple when I say this. There are people that believe things that can't be proven. And there are things that can be proven that people don't believe. If you don't get what I mean by that, I ain't explaining it.
So you did a whole nother level of simplicity for real. Okay, I like that. That was good. Go ahead, Sean. I ain't realized it. I thought you had answered it already. Okay, I like that. That was good. Oh, you must have answered the phone or something. Your job. It's like echoing.
So what's the next one?
No, we just on that part. We just started though. What's up with Nasi? I ain't seen him in a minute. I'm waiting till Sean get back real quick. Cause I don't know what happened. I don't know if he on the phone or something. He said, you ain't getting your turn. You gonna stay getting skipped.
Yeah, because it kind of like the top of the prompt and the first one, it kind of goes hand in hand because you go, who isn't brainwashed? And then you're like, okay, what makes a person brainwashed? So you kind of explain it in the same sense.
Mm-hmm. Cause I know everybody stuff gonna be different though. Well, until Sean get back, yeah, do the first. You can do the first part. What make a person brainwashed?
That's for you, Imperial.
I already explained that by saying
Oh
the
yeah,
other
A
part.
dirty
I
mind.
got you.
Okay, fine then. Damn. No, I was playing.
No, I'll
Okay,
break
okay,
it down.
Adasi.
I'll break
A
it down
dirty
like
mind makes
this.
them brainwashed.
Somebody brainwashed him off the live. He ain't bad.
Damn.
Right.
Dang.
All right. So, like, to answer that with the simple thing that I said earlier, I'll just make it. I'll make it a little less simple. What makes somebody brainwashed? The fact that they can't recognize things that are right blatantly in their face as reality, and they can still believe a bullshit lie.
Oh, that's what I
Okay.
was saying earlier.
Oops. I should have let Sean know first. I bet you wanted the spot back. Oops.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example of the bullshit lie, blatantly in your face. And this is gonna be a hot take that everybody ain't gonna agree with, but it is what it is. People saying Kamala Harris is a black woman. She is not. She is a Hindu woman. There is a difference.
This dude be straight up looking for smoke. He be saying the stuff that catch people off guard out of nowhere. And then y'all ever notice that's all I was teasing him about in that room. I said, why you always sound like he in a battle rap or something when he
Right.
I want to and I'm gonna he been like that for years, dog. I love Gabe, man. He's so funny to me, man. He be like I can imagine you was in people's play face. I can just see you just putting your finger in their chest, so you gonna know.
Yeah, well, see, again, that there's some fun behind that. Brutal truth is the only thing that keeps me honest and happy.
No, okay. Thanks for telling me. Okay, I was wondering. You finally gave me the answer. There you go. Sean, you back or you? I don't know. Are you still on? Okay,
I'm back.
I ain't see the teacup. All right. I guess the topic. I thought you had answered it already. I guess not.
No, I came in hot just talking about my
Right.
shit. Oh, my-
That's what happened. That's why I got confused. That's what happened. That makes sense.
The first one, who isn't brainwashed? Damn, we all brainwashed in a way. Especially when you're dealing with like television, shit like that. Like in a sense, we all brainwashed and conditioned to think a certain way. That's why I always told you that I purposely now try to do the opposite of what everybody is doing. That's just so I don't feel like I'm brainwashed and I'm thinking on my own. So that's why I always tell you that. Like I try to do it on purpose. Are we going in order? Or are we just answering one by one?
No, just one. Yeah, just one.
Right.
Oh, you could do what makes it, because I guess that's been tying together anyway. So that in the first prompt.
What makes a person brainwashed? To me, what makes a person brainwashed is they have no thinking process outside of their own. Every thought, every belief they have come from what they've been taught, and not anything that they have studied on their own or they was interested in and learning on their own. All of their point of views come from other people, nothing on their own. And give an example is most of us are conditioned to believe like what we should expect from a woman. But I decided that I'm going to be the one who decide what I like from a woman, what I think a woman should provide in my life, what role a woman should play in my life. Society say what a woman role is, but I decided to determine what I want a woman role to be in my life and what makes me happy as far as her being in that role. So that's just a form of brainwashing.
I like that though. That gives it less stress too, because it wouldn't feel like a job because of what the world told you. So that makes sense to walk is thinking about that though. Because I was even saying that too. I'd be thinking like that, like, dang, do I have to be a leader because they tell me that? I'd be thinking about stuff like that. Or do I got to be the one that pay the bills? And I'm like, nah. Because that's how I fight. Me, myself, I fight for like, the traditional stuff, right? But it's just like I know that, if I get me the right woman, we ain't gotta do all you ain't gotta be extra submissive and all that stuff or whatever, but you do need to know how to control your emotions. That's one thing. I just can't deal with the other stuff, man. I swear.
I
But
I
it's time's
explain.
gonna huh?
Hold on, sir. I'm explaining real quick how that happened, right? Because we tried the traditional, the brainwashing as far as how we supposed to show a man's supposed to show up and a woman supposed to show up. And one day it came to a halt where I feel like she tried me. Kim. She was like, I said, "Hey man," I said, "What you gonna give me for Father's Day?" Or I said something, or I said, "What you gonna give me for just a regular day?" I was like, "Man, can you go buy me that?" And she was like, "Damn, you want to be a passenger?" No, she said, "You want to be." No, I say, "Man, can you drive?" I don't feel like driving. We was going out of town. She was like, "Damn, you want to be a passenger princess so bad?" I said, hold on, motherfucker." I said, "Hold on, hold on, hold on." This was probably like 3 months into us dating, right? So I had to decide, man, if I tell this woman how I truly feel, this relationship is over. Or I could be, or I could just be like, you know what? Society say, hey, the man's supposed to drive, the man's supposed to be this. So I said, hey, let me tell you something. I said, I don't know what type of men you used to, but I'm cut from a different cloth. She said, what do you mean? I said, I don't believe that a man's supposed to just do this and do that all the time. And I say, think about it. I'm a car. And every now and then that car needs to pull to that gas station and get some gas. And I say that's your job as a woman is every now and then it's okay for you to put some gas in my car. Which well, I'm saying like speak life into me, not you just get the treatment and I don't get nothing. So I say, nah, hell nah. My job is to maintain the car, which is my body, who I am, my morals and principles. Your job is to speak life in me, which is gas. You put gas in me. So if I ask you that I need something in return, you should be able to do that. And she was like, damn, I just never heard that. I'm so used to getting my way. So I was like, okay, cool. Ever since then, we've been good to go.
Wow. You met her coming in hot, talking about coming in hot like you did earlier. Oh my. Boy, that's deep. That's deep. Anad, see what you got for me, brother. Welcome back, man. Ain't seen you in a while, man.
What's going on, brother? Yeah, like I told a couple other folks, I gotta take a sabbatical every now and then from these toxic TikTok drama-loving junkies. Shit ain't good for you.
Yeah,
Too
it
much
ain't.
good thing is too much of a good thing. But who isn't brainwashed? Babies. That's about it.
Dang,
Babies.
why I didn't think about it. That was a good one.
When I say
I'm mad because I can't push back on that one.
Right.
That was a good one. I ain't think about that.
I know. I mean, I'm a Nazi, the spider, the god of stories. That's the only people who ain't brainwashed, babies. And I mean, infants up until roughly 2 years old. They're the only ones who ain't brainwashed. Which leads into the second one, why they aren't the only ones brainwashed. Because what makes a person's brainwashed is when they attach themselves to an ideology, a persona, an identity. Once an individual takes on an identity, they will fight for that identity. Whatever it is, be it religion, be it sexual orientation, be it a lifestyle, they don't make no never mind. As the brother before me was speaking, and he said that what makes a person brainwashed is, and I might misquote you, brother, so forgive me, when they pretty much don't have an original idea. You might have to help me out on that. I know I'm butchering what you said, but it was something along those lines.
Nah, that's the exact thing I said. You're right.
So, but here's the rub, ladies and gentlemen. Once you take on an identity, no thought that you have is your own. You can trace every idea. Absolutely. You can trace every idea you've ever had back to the genesis, its beginning. You ask somebody, why did you become a doctor? Why did you become a soldier? Why did you become a scientist, OnlyFans model, a singer, a rapper? And they will tell you where the idea came from. No one will ever say, one day, ever since I was a baby, I've had this idea. It's always something or someone inspired them every single time. You can always trace the genesis.
I hope nobody ain't hear you though. That's a
what,
good one. That was good. Yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, they hear me.
I hope nobody heard you on that. I want everybody. I want them to have a mind of their own. So that's a good one though. Yeah.
Ain't nobody got a mind of their own. What separates the two between the ultimate brainwashed and those who are not is that you have a decision to make to either follow the crowd or you can achieve what you're trying to achieve your own way. That's what sets you apart from being like
I found mine in the
everybody
cereal
else.
box.
That was you.
Yeah, whether you find it in the cereal box or a Bazooka Joe rapper or the Cracker Jack joke strip, what sets you apart is what takes you back to where you were when you were an infant before influence and all the impure thoughts made you brainwashed. Let me tell y'all a story and I'm gonna shut up. One of the best ways to brainwash anybody is through stories. If you tell somebody something long enough, they will believe it. Not only will they believe it, it'll become their reality. 2024 years ago, a story was told that has now taken form of the reality of the world's largest religion. Now, I'm not down on this. 24 years ago, give or take 33, 35 years. A story was told, and now it has become the reality. And some people will challenge that reality of others and say that you are brainwashed for believing that. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't their original thought. Nobody who believes in that religion has an original back tens of thousands of years ago.
Are you breaking up a lot?
Make this. Pull up a 2,000. Oh, sorry. Hold up. Can y'all hear me?
I hope you're not on the iPhone. I'm just playing.
Mario, to tell you for sure. I forgot you.
You
Oh man. Oh yeah, you got the 2 bars. It ain't cool, my brother.
God stop this service, man. God stop this service.
Don't blame God for what
That
you didn't
apple's
say.
a cult, man. That's a cult right there.
That is good. I think he broke that all the way down because that's what I've been thinking. He broke it down a little bit more, expanded on it. I like that. That was a good one that Anasi said right there. That was good. That was a real good one, man. From the beginning to the hey, that was good. Hey.
I would just like to say to whoever called me a bully in the comments, that's exactly what a brainwashed person would say.
Oh man. Oh, we're home and feel home again.
Nah, the only bully in here is Mir.
Maybe. Maybe Mary.
Look. If that's the case, if mirror's the bully, then you gotta ask who's in the mirror. Okay? Because if you looking at yourself in the mirror, then you the bully.
On top of Tail Building.
Hey, y'all leave me out of y'all bullying.
Nah, you the mirror, so you gotta look at yourself.
Bullying his son right now, man.
And don't make me have to tell you again.
Mm-hmm.
You heard what I said.
Look, all I'm gonna say is brainwashed people are not people who actually believe in something because they actually care about it. They care about the aesthetic. Somebody who's legitimately about something don't give a fuck about the aesthetic. Prime example, look at religion.
I got a better prime example. Anybody that uses an iPhone.
I like him too.
Exactly.
I mean, that's fine,
So
you know what I
style
mean?
is.
But, to all the people who think PlayStation better than Xbox, I'm just
No,
saying,
stop
you
going.
just
I
as
didn't even. I'm not
brainwashed.
part.
And you have
PlayStation
a
is
whole bunch
not
of
part
damn.
of that, man. Leave it alone.
Look, I'm gonna keep it a buck. PlayStation, Xbox can sit down. Computers are always better. Winning.
But all I'm
Of
saying
course
is,
it is. Of course. Who gonna argue
exactly,
that fat
I
system?
seen.
that part. Like, ain't nobody
You
even
want to talk
talking
about
about that.
Who
I'm
the
just
heck
you
you
want to talk
saying.
about
created it?
brainwashing? You want to talk about brainwashing? Who you voting for?
Not PlayStation.
Neither
Not a
one of
damn
them.
I'm
We
one.
not
gonna leave
voting
that
for
alone. I do
Nope,
not
PlayStation.
want to
neither
go soft
one.
on this one. I'm good.
Look, I'm just look. I just
We
want to
ain't
say
trying to
just
get
this
him
last
bananas,
thing.
y'all.
I'm
So
trying to dodge that time.
right, because that's that BS.
You want me to
See,
tell you who
Mirror
I'm
is a
voting
bully.
for?
That's why he came in here saying so. Why would you do that? Nah, ain't nobody about to fall for that. We
I
not
got you.
brainwashed to fall for that.
What you
I
talk
got you. You
about?
want to know my
Y'all gonna
real
quit
answer?
calling me
Who
a
I'm voting
bully?
for? I'm voting for God. I ain't voting for neither one of them human sleeved body things.
Of course.
Man, that was gold. I'm hope nobody heard what well, not nobody, but I hope nobody past these 10 people could hear what not a Nazi broke that boy all the way down. I liked it, that one. I liked
Now
that.
we thinking about it. I don't.
But you erased my answer.
You should erased it.
You
Oh,
say
right, because you cheated. He gonna use God. That was
Right.
I
cheating.
use God. I use God.
Look, and
No,
all
that's
I'm
before you
saying
came in.
You
is,
did.
I
Ontario.
was here
Y'all both
first.
cheating. Yeah, he did say it first. That's why I probably didn't catch it.
Yeah. Nah, sorry, Mirror. You just happened to
But human
go
wise, like
inside my
that was
brain and
gold
steal
what a
that
Nazi
answer.
said
Oh yeah,
though.
with the
I just
babies.
want to
Yeah,
say,
that was gold.
I
I
just
don't
want to
hang out
say,
nobody brain but my own, and I still can't figure out how to get out of there.
but I just want to say, it's just so the record straight. PlayStation is the iPhone of game systems.
No, it is not. Leave it alone.
Nah, nah.
Xbox is the
I like
PlayStation.
that.
I'm
I
gonna
like how
That
you
have
is
to
try
the.
to mix that in
disagree.
though. Now I got to join.
Hold up.
She
I'm gonna have
is
to
good.
disagree
AJ is
because
good. I didn't
Apple
even know if I wanted to
still.
fight it or if I wanted to. That was a good one. I was in the
Hey,
middle, like, what
I'm
do
gonna
I
have to disagree.
What do I do?
I'm gonna have to disagree on that because Xbox is still using the
Mr.
same shit that
CIA,
iPhone's using.
Mr. CIA, it was a joke. do down now. Jesus. He about to tell me the origins of the
Look, AJ do
PlayStation and how it
not let
came
it
from the
up
government.
on.
Look,
I'm sorry, I'm
She,
not Crooks
she
International.
don't let him slide. No, she be having me crying.
hey, I think okay. Let me ask this: the way I'm looking at it now, since I heard what's his name? And how you pronounce that damn name?
Anansi. Anansi the
Anansi?
spider.
Yeah,
Anansi the
Nancy.
trickster god spider from Africa.
it kind of remind me of if you look at life, right? You ever seen that movie, The Hunger Games? Like everything is
Yeah.
designed, right? I believe that if we don't like even come with religious talk and non-religious talk, right? I believe that if you don't embrace the differences in this world, you will have a problem with this world. If you are able to embrace the differences, you will be able to see the world for what it is and be at more peace. And what I mean by that is, even when like we show our disagreements with one another, if we really realize it, that we are hypocrites and in a sense we are bullies, because even if I were to say, like, even someone talk about, we just go with religion, right? And I was guilty of this before I converted. When I consider myself an atheist, right? And then I used to make fun of people that believed. And then I realized I was a walking contradiction, right? Because I couldn't prove that it wasn't real, and they couldn't prove that it was real, right?
Mm.
And then I realized also that I'm making fun of these people because their belief, and even being an atheist is a form of belief. So it's the
Mm-hmm.
same thing. So I think if in a sense, if we all just look at life like embracing the differences and being okay with that, I think it'll be so much better. But I think everybody don't have that mindset. And I think we're going to be conditioned to be brainwashed regardless. I think once you're born, you're going to be brainwashed.
True.
Or more of, you could say, program. Like either your parents going to
True.
program you, your family, friends. As you get older, politics is going to program you. religion going to program you. Your environment is going to program you. What you watch on television, what you consume throughout the day, everything will program you. The difference is learning to unprogram. That's to connect with yourself. And I think a lot of times people don't know how to unplug from the matrix and deal with their own thoughts and beliefs. And the reason I told you the other day I got kicked out from the other side, I believe. I don't know for sure yet, but it's about a 95% chance that I did. Okay. I always say this, and I was in Chad Live. I'm gonna say his name. I was in Chad Live. You know what that is, right?
Yeah, no.
I was in his live, and he had I'm gonna have to be TikTok friendly. He had a conversation about the community. And I'm not informed on certain things, right? So I always say I stay away from topics that talk about men and women, conversations that talk about if it's not a room that I believe is safe to have a religious talk, I will not have those conversations. Conversations about red pill and misogynistic men, I stay away from those topics. And when it comes to the community, I stay away from those topics because I am not informed on those things, right? So when I went into that live, me and him was having a private conversation about what we had in the inbox. And when I brought it up, when I came on his panel, he decided to bring it up. But what he was talking about had nothing to do with his prompt. So then somebody was like, so do you got a problem with that community? Or do you believe that a T man, a trans woman is a trans man is a woman or something? And I was like, I'm not going to answer that. They was like, oh, well, that's telling because you're not answering. I said, you know what? Y'all, this become like a form of bullying because I told y'all from the beginning that it's certain topics that I don't talk on no matter what platform I'm on. But since I don't want to answer this question, now you're going to put a label on me and people lose their jobs on social media for these type of labels. So I say y'all are no different than the people that's bullying people. If I don't agree with you and if I don't think that your way of thinking is conducive with my way of thinking, I'm not going to label you a bad name. I'm just going to be like, disagree and move on. Y'all feel the need to attach labels and brands and names to people, and that's not a good thing. So I say, all you're doing is bullying. They was like, nah, it's brainwashed. They were telling me that I was brainwashing to believe that. I'm like, man, I just left it alone. But we just need to learn to accept people's differences, man, and just leave people alone. If they don't have your same viewpoints, you ain't got to call them no names, man. Just goddamn move around.
Yeah. I've been dodging rooms like that, low key, though. Actually, that's why I'm glad I blocked some people too. You see how peaceful it is. But that room you talking about right there, same thing happened with me. I try to give him a chance one time because I see he be sending invites or whatever. He tried to do the same thing. You already know with me, I just do the most nonchalant answers for real because I know what he about to do. It's just like pointless. It's just like I'm not about to feed whatever, and then I'm not about to fight what you saying either. They called me, and I think they did the name. They did the exact same thing what you just said, the literal exact same thing. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. I guess I am. So what else do y'all want after that? You know what I'm saying? If you leave them hanging, they can't fight much. They just can't because they made your name. They done turned you to this. So what? Okay, cool. You about to get a cookie or something? You about to send me to jail? I don't get it. So I don't be getting why people be trying to do all this other stuff to make somebody look bad or something. I don't get it. I never get it. You know what I'm saying? But even with that, I just stopped. I just stopped entertaining them people now. And that just really just started happening within these last few weeks, man. When I'm trying to make a change from some of that stuff because I'm realizing like I'm not getting anywhere. You know, I did enough practicing on my emotions. That was the only reason why I was going. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah. Go ahead, Anasi. Hey, hold up, y'all. Anasi been trying to go. He had to finish up what he said.
Yeah, and I'm gonna just land on this. So again, as the brother was just speaking was saying, once you detach yourself from the world's ideology, you're no longer brainwashed because you're allowed to start seeing things in a higher dimension. Take Jeff Bezos, for example. Amazon went unprofitable as a company for 7 years straight. They lost money. They lost money for 7 years straight because the idea of e-commerce and drop shipping was laughable when he first came out with it. It's no different than what Walmart or anybody else was doing. He just said, let's try to do this on a grander scale via the internet. They're like, what are you talking about? eBay trying to get a foothold in it, and their site is coming and going, and Jeff Bezos is like, no. But if you take what eBay is doing and take what Walmart is doing, y'all not looking at it past two-dimensional. You need to step into another way of thinking. And now Jeff Bezos is one of the most powerful and influential people on the planet. You can go down the history books: Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Bill Gates. I mean, when the tech boom was coming on in the early 90s, nobody thought internet would do what it did except for the military. It was only available for military use. They called it the ARPANET, and it was only available for the military use. Every time you decide to, first you got to understand you don't have an original thought. No thought that you have is on your own. Once you accept that, then you truly do unplug from the matrix, because you start figuring out, well, how can I take the wheel and make it better? No, I ain't gonna reinvent the wheel, but I'm gonna make this shit better than it ever was before. Therefore, creating something that makes it look like I had an original thought. That's where the people who like that, they have the influence to actually do the brainwashing. Back with Bill Gates. When Bill Gates, all he did was have an idea, and he paid a computer programmer in India to write the code for Microsoft. And when Microsoft did what he did, he took the same idea that Nintendo had been doing for years and said, let me take video games and put them online. Thus, Xbox was created to be the world's first online game console, because he was already doing it with computers. He just took what everybody else was doing and made it better, because he accepted the fact, humbled himself, and said, I ain't no Bill Gates fan. I'm just telling y'all the facts. This is what happens when you realize a story has been told over and over and over, and you are part of its reality. And until you break free of that reality and be like, you know what, let me make my own reality from the information that I already have and make it better. That's how you truly become unbrainwashed and go back to the pure conscious state of when you were a baby, when you could understand every language, when you had every idea, when you knew the concept of right or wrong, and you didn't need somebody to tell you because you already understood. Sometimes being ignorant is a blessing, because it allows you the chance to go and find without somebody else telling you that. And that's the problem what a lot of people face when they come to the app. They be so desperate. They be so desperate for other people's approval, because their brainwashing has took root in the very reality core of their soul. And if they can't relate to somebody else's reality, they lose their fucking mind. Or if somebody else don't relate to their reality, they lose their mind. And that's where all the name calling and all the backbiting and all the big backing and all the bullshit start going on, when it's like, damn. I said this on Saw Live one time. I'm like, I don't know why y'all mad at me. I said, if mad at me, support me, it don't matter. If I unalive today, not one of y'all showing up at my funeral, because y'all don't even know my real, well, Mary know my real name. I'm like, because most of y'all don't even know my real name. Y'all ain't showing up to my funeral with no flowers or nothing like that. Your world is going to continue to turn. So what do you allow to become your reality will determine if you are brainwashed or not. Do you follow the crowd? Do you follow the crowd? Do you question everything? Not question everything just to argue with it, but to question it to get an understanding. That's what I mean by questioning. If you ain't doing those things, you can easily be brainwashed. Last thing I'm gonna say is this: anybody who knows me knows that I say this. If I drop a statistic on you, or if I drop a quote on you, or if I drop a fact on you, I'm gonna tell you where to go find it. The Bible says my people suffer for lack of knowledge. I ain't gonna tell you something and tell you to go look it up. And tell you to go look it up yourself. I'm gonna tell you exactly where to go find it. Back in my day in high school, they called that when you wrote a paper in English, you had to cite your source. They called it citing your source. You had to cite your source. I'm the same way today. I cite my sources. That way, you ain't subjecting yourself or prostrate yourself to my reality. I ain't gonna bend you to my will. I have that power, but I don't do that to people. Better check my name. I ain't a Nazi for no reason. I'm done.
All right, so
I wanted to say
got
this
two
too.
things.
That was well said, though.
I got you in a minute. I was just about to explain. I was just thinking about it's more towards Sean because I was thinking about this because he was just saying about kid out of group, but I just know he know these people I'm talking about though. So as I think about it, just because I did say I'm trying to make some changes and or whatever, I think I'm gonna unfollow that one. I'm just say that one guy. So if I say that, you already know who I'm talking about. I think I'm thinking about that right now. Like I'm gonna just go ahead and follow because I notice when I get on this platform, I'm not learning anything out of it though. I mean, I only agree with about 2-3 things from this person. Otherwise, I'm just what that junk called? I'm just like a bait. I'm like a bait up there because there ain't nobody in there like me, you know. So I'm thinking about I might unfollow him. I think only one person out of all of them that's on that side that probably is because I just unfollowed the other one too that I thought I tried to give her a chance. I unfollowed. It rhymes with pen. I unfollowed her because I was hearing her how she was talking in the other room, and I see how she is when she get around her girls. Now, the only one I respect that I'm probably gonna keep is Mia.
I love you too, Kev.
I like Mia.
I love you too, Kev. I said, I love you too, Kev.
What?
All right, so Anansi, Xbox was not the first.
Oh, he paused again?
Yeah, he froze.
I swear, every time somebody dropped the sauce on the page, every time. Like dropping your service, cutting you in. I'm like, yo, come on, man, let the guy finish. And then now Kev pausing. I'm like, seriously? Every time the sauce is being dropped? All the time.
I don't know what's going on, right? But no, I don't even know if y'all heard what I said, if he or her. But I was just saying the only one I'm probably gonna keep around is Mia because I see she be trying and she at least try to listen and stuff. But I would say they can come to my platform. I'm just not gonna go to theirs. I just can't do it as I think about it. Because I know we don't agree with nothing. You know what I'm saying? Then it's why do I gotta go over there and become they ragged out because they actually taught me something. It's just people that literally can care less what you talking about, and they really don't like people. You know what I'm saying? That think different from them. They just don't like them. It's not that I don't like people. I just don't I don't like what certain things that people stand for. Maybe right behaviors and stuff. I still got love for everybody, and I still stick with that, no matter what the situation is. I can't expect me out of them though. And I realize every time they come out their mouth with certain things, it's always about how much they either booming on somebody, they always degrading people and all this other stuff. So I'm like, why should I be around, people like that? That's why I even blocked, the couple of people I was talking about, because it's like, what's the purpose, man? We all trying to be better. What's the purpose? So I don't know.
I always ask like certain people, like when I go in lives and they always say, oh, state your name, your age, and pronoun. I'm like, all right, I'm out. Do this.
Chelsea.
So then whenever
she said when you go in those lives, right? I know what you're talking about. What's your name and your
be out. Right.
That's a red flag.
So me, like, I just don't, it's like, what is it, if I know all this information, like, how is it going to benefit me and my life and to move forward with it? So if it doesn't benefit me in anything, why am I going to continue to listen? And it's like, what's the worst you're going to do? Drop me or block me? Okay, thanks. You did me a favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna start leaving them alone because I gotta grow, man. I'm gonna start leaving. Even when I see a lot that say, "Oh man, it's horrible. We don't need you." I just like, you know what? I'm not gonna go.
I'll be out there too.
I ain't gonna even go in there no more, man. I think that's just part, like I said, it's part of my growing thing, and I have to really ask myself, what am I really getting out of it? And I could be going in lives that actually, that's on the same page or that's within growing. We don't even got to agree with each other, but it's just going lives that's trying to. That's how I could build my stuff. Because me trying to go in lives just to get one or two people, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, I might as well just go in a live that's talking about the same thing. Some type of form of growth instead of throwing insults and stuff. Because I'm pretty sure it's more lives like mine out here. I'm pretty sure. I think. But I'm pretty sure. So it's like, why not go on those type of lives though? So, yeah.
See, Kelsey Jean, she get the same treatment. I get my head chopped off too.
Oh yeah, she already know she get her head chopped off. She talk just like me. All y'all be talking. Most of y'all talk like me. Oh, they go another one that for sure get his head chopped off. My cousin.
Yeah.
He for sure.
So
Hey,
Me and him can't be in the room at all.
I was in there live
So-
with you and your kinfolk. The other
Yep.
day.
You was in there. That's
I
when
was
I
in
had
there,
to make
yeah.
that call. Yep.
Yeah, I don't have them problems.
Yep.
Wow.
But that's when I made my decision,
look at
Sean.
it this way.
I was. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so look at it this way: they chopping heads because they're brainwashed. We're gonna leave it at that. And then the other thing is Anansi. Sega TV was the first. Need you to go back and look that up. And then PlayStation Network.
Cite your source, Imperial. Cite your source.
Hey, okay.
Oh, Kelsey said she was in there too. Yeah,
All
me and
right,
Mike
so-
wasn't playing in that room. Huh?
When I seen
Okay,
y'all,
So, I can cite my source for Sega.
Dreamcast tried to do it in '98. They tried to in '98. Now,
I missed the Dreamcast.
but they could
Right.
not. They could not sustain it with online gaming. They tried it.
Yeah.
Yes, they tried it. But who got it right?
Okay,
Who got it
I'm
right?
going to say this. Do you not remember Sega TV?
Bro,
Yeah, you already know we on Team Sony.
I'm a huge PlayStation. I ain't bought nothing but PlayStation. I'm talking about who did it right. Who did it
Well,
right?
okay, but
Sega came
Anansi,
out. Sega tried it in
Sega
'98,
TV.
and then Nintendo
Hold on,
started
hold on.
buying up rights in '04.
Right, but Sega TV was out for like 5 years before Nintendo even got anything to go with it and started buying up anything. So
Yeah, ain't
like
nothing beating Nintendo. I just thought about that. What's
I
beating
was
Nintendo?
playing video games with my cousins at my grandma's house, and he was at his house. That was Sega TV. That was still a modem connected to a TV. Not saying that Microsoft didn't do it right with Xbox.
I remember Sega TV, but the question still begs: who did it right?
Nintendo.
I'm gonna say that Sony did it right for all the Orient before it became popular over here, and then Xbox was and is going to be the king of it. You had the precursors. I can't knock them for that, but I will say that Xbox did it better.
Okay, so we talking about online gaming on consoles, not computers.
Online
now.
gaming.
Yeah.
Okay.
We talking about online gaming on consoles. Then when the first Xbox dropped, that was in the same year or time span within the PS2 and the GameCube. They all came out roughly about a year and a half within each other. But when Xbox came out, they came out with online gaming with their very first console. They came out the gate running.
Yeah, no, I get you on that.
You can play split screens if you wanna, or you can play online. We know Dreamcast tried it. Dreamcast had a great idea, but they didn't know how to perfect it. That's why it didn't do as well.
Yeah,
And I'm
that's
surprised
true,
you
but I'm
remember
going
that,
to
'cause
say it like this, Nancy.
a lot of folk don't even remember that.
Right, Kelsey,
yeah.
we already talked about Sega, but look, I'll give it to you like this. I know for a fact that I was one of the very few people that started out taking Halo and LAN partying to multiple houses. So, and we were using our laptops to do that.
Sweet.
That was before any Halo tournaments ever came up popping or any of that. So I ain't gonna argue with you.
How old are you, bro?
I'll be 38.
Oh, okay, all right.
So you understand? Look, bro, I was playing. I was playing with real gamers. Now I'm just gonna put it to you like this: if you ain't
y'all not no real gamers, bro, stop it, bro. We used to do that shit for 4 days straight. 3-4 days straight, no sleep.
Yeah, dinero. That's called a LAN party.
No, we ain't need that. We just split screen it off. that's how bad it was. It was
We split screen that. Put a piece of cardboard between us.
Man, I wish I had that. I got this one friend that made me wish I had did that.
Why y'all split screening? We got 2 systems and 2 TVs.
Shit, we
Right,
ain't in
that's what I'm
no
saying.
No,
money
The
we
though.
whole
came from the
LAN
hard
party.
times. We ain't know nothing about that.
Nah, you
Like I
feel
said,
me?
when I say
I
real
mean,
gamers, Ogre 1 and Ogre 2, if y'all don't know who that is, you ain't never played Halo. Just saying.
we had two TVs, one for picture and one for sound, but we had two systems.
Yeah, but ain't no
We had
system
the
beating
old,
Nintendo. That's the
we
reason
had
why
the old,
I didn't want to mention that
we,
one though, because Nintendo
we
most
had,
definitely. You said PC,
Somebody
ain't nothing
yeah,
beating
we had
Nintendo.
the
That's the
old one
most
and the new
successful
one.
system to this day. Is and the most made. They got too many versions of that.
Well, Nintendo's the reason why PlayStation's a thing. Let's just admit that.
Why you had to put it that way, man?
Right.
All right, yeah, he had to just single it out.
Hey, I'll be back
Nah,
up here in
okay,
a
so
minute.
I'll
All
single
right, for
out
sure.
Sega real
Good.
I
quick.
gotta drop this puppy off.
For sure.
Oh snap! Peace, love, and chicken grease, homie.
Damn,
Yeah.
where the puppy at? Damn
What you
it,
got?
get this over
Okay,
with.
What you
so
got, Sean? I think Sean was trying to
And
say
I
something.
pet that dog.
I
I
was
bet
gonna
that
tell,
I
dog.
pet that dog.
I was gonna tell you the other day how I be want to hop up there and help out, right? But certain
Don't
things
do it.
I stay away from, right?
Yeah.
I have yet to be on a panel where someone had me kind of like stuck and I didn't know what to say, right? I always have them stuck and not know what to say. And a prime example of what happened with y'all is, and I see this all the time, and y'all end up falling for it. And I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. When you go on a panel and you're not just talking to one person and you talking to a group of people, they could throw you off because you would be talking to, when you trying to respond to one person, then the other person is triggered, and then they're gonna stop you from responding to the other person, and then they're gonna throw in what they want to say, and then when you try to respond to them, then the other person gonna throw in what they want to say. Therefore, you can't hold no one accountable to what they believe because they got y'all all bouncing around. So
Makes sense.
on one of the topics that they had y'all bouncing around, and anytime we talk about black issues, the first thing I always say is to make sure we don't take it nowhere else. I would have said, I don't want to talk about what no other race of people do but us. Let's stick with us. Don't go to no one else. And let's talk about why we do the things we do to each other. I don't care what nobody else do. Let's talk about what we do. So, and how they got y'all was they decided to justify what we do and try to say all group of people do it all over the world. And therefore, it kind of minimized your whole talking point because they try to make it seem like it ain't just us, it's everyone. And that's how they got it.
And then, but they contradict themselves though at first, because they only did that because what my cousin said. I'm like, bro, you just said it wasn't. So we ain't the worst. One of them saying we the worst, and one of them saying we not. I'm like, dog, can y'all make your mind up? I don't know what it is now. Y'all act like we the worst. My
It's the
cuz
trauma
had
bond.
something golden, but they
That's
ain't
what
let
it
him finish though.
is.
When I talked to him in person, I was like, "That's gold." He said the difference is if they is, the difference is they're not what do you say? They not dwelling in it. I was like, "Dang, if you would have said that, you would have got booted off that." I was like, "That was a good one though."
It's the trauma bond, Kev. Like, that's become their reality. Yeah, okay. So, y'all seen the movie Inception? Who y'all done seen Inception, or am I the only one that's seen Inception?
No, I seen it.
No, I've seen it.
Okay, so y'all remember in Inception where when he was explaining, when Leonardo DiCaprio was explaining to the girl how the moment he found out Inception worked, which was when his wife, they were so deep in the dream had become her reality, even though he knew that they were still dreaming. And so he had to stop the spin top from spinning. He had to make it lay down. So whenever she went back she had laid it down. Excuse me. Yeah, she laid it down because in reality it wouldn't have kept spinning. So he went in there, he spun it, and when she went back and checked it, she was like, "Well, the last time I was here, I know it was laid down. Oh my God, it's still spinning. Yeah, we're in a dream," which is how they had to get out of the dream. Okay, I had to say that to say this. When some folk come on TikTok, understand, y'all, this is their inception. They come here to be woken up. but in reality, they still sleeping. This is their reality. TikTok and social media is their reality. So many folk on this app, just to name one, etc., etc. If this app collapses,
See,
folk like that
again.
and they followers ain't gonna know what to do, bro.
See it doing it again
no
when
way.
he cooking.
All right,
Right in the middle of the pre-session all the time.
Right.
Folk like that, without social media, they would lose their shit. They wouldn't know how to sleep. They wouldn't know how to talk to nobody. A lot of them be like, oh, I'm an introvert. I believe you, because you don't know how to react in the real world, because social media has become your reality. So what we seeing when people get on this app and they all band together and group together like flies on a hunk of shit, y'all gotta understand, they come in here, they going to sleep, but they thinking that they waking up, because the dream, the social media, it has become they become so brainwashed that this is their reality, and they can't take a day without it. I told shit, I forgot old girl, the one I was on Chief Live one day, and that chick that got it with Black Chicago, damn it. But anywho, y'all know what I'm talking about. I said the difference between you,
Heartbreaker.
Yeah.
Heck, you still talk to her?
The last, no, hell no, bro. I spoke to her once, and that was on Chief Live once, and I felt like I sullied myself just by speaking. And anywho,
did you wash your mouth and ears out after that conversation?
Man, I shed a whole new skin. But I said, see, the difference between you and I is that you need social media. You need it. She bragged about, oh, I just made $1,200 on the live stream. Yeah, but it took you 2,000-3,000 people to do it. I can make $1,200 in the Forex futures market in 30 seconds, which I have done on live. Oh, and Chief and Mirror will tell you, they see me on live make $1,000, real shit. I said, I'll make $1,200 in 10 seconds, and I ain't even got to show my asshole to do it.
Ooh.
Because this is y'all reality. This is y'all reality, and guess what? My girlfriend still get this 9.5, and I ain't got to show it online, and I still make money online without exposing myself, because my reality is the world that controls you. My reality, true power, is being able to bend the world to your will without even having to say a word. A lot of these people are sick, and y'all gotta treat them as such. That they come on this app, they sick, and it ain't until they ready to be healed are they gonna start showing and acting otherwise. And you'll notice it when you hear folk like me saying, look, I had to take a break. Because this shit was getting sickening. I mean, I'm losing sleep. I'm losing track of days. I'm losing track of friends. I'm losing track of family members. I'm losing track of what matters the most. Kids growing up before my eyes, and I ain't even noticing them because of what a motherfucker said on TikTok.
You know, when I had that mindset about the whole detaching from what society tell you what's right and wrong, I was 22, 17. I was 22, right? And I don't like paying traffic tickets. So I was like, man, they catch me. So they end up catching me. I end up car getting impounded, went to jail for a week, lost my job. That wasn't even the worst part. I was having withdrawals from not having my cell phone. Now I'm in jail. I done lost my job. I'm about to lose my apartment. But the thing that hurt me the most at that time was me not being able to connect with society, like being on my phone, social media. That's when I realized I had a serious problem, that I was allowing like social media, what society say, to dictate how I move and how I feel on my day-to-day. So, and I agree, a lot of people, if you were to lose social media, people wouldn't know what to do with themselves, because a lot of times, this is going to sound crazy, I believe, and I told my wife this, right? And I'm pretty sure everybody was like, what the hell he talking about? I believe that I am number one in my life. I come first.
What the hell he talking about?
Huh? Hold on. But I'm gonna tell you, and I don't want to be first in her life. I want to be. I don't mind being third. I'm okay with her being first. The kids coming second because that's my interest. Also, the kids. I believe that and one day she told me, and I said this on other live. I think Mirror Live, that my wife told me that she didn't like the fact that the happy wife, happy life thing. She didn't think it served us. And I was like, I knew it didn't serve us, but once again, socially programmed to believe that your happiness don't mean nothing as a man. It's all about hers. So she said, because I feel like you willing to do whatever just to make me happy, and at the same time, you're not happy. So she said, I feel better and the house is better when you at 100% yourself. If you're not 100, if you're 100%, the kids and I get 100%. If you 50%, the kids and I get 50%. So I realized that it's okay to be, some people say selfless, selfish, self-full. I'm okay with being self-full, which to me, that means that, and it goes back to the scripture. My cup runneth over. What's in the cup is for me. What comes out of the cup is for you. So if anybody that's around me, if I keep my cup full, you will reap the benefits of my cup being full.
That's right. That's for sure. That remind me, like when people be like, "Do you hold yourself accountable?" I'm like, bro, who you think the first person I talk to? Who you think? That's the only reason why I'm preaching. I'm practicing what I preach. That's the difference, though.
And notice, Kev, I humbled myself. Nobody had to do it.
Facts. I never said nobody had to humble nobody. I always say to humble yourself. I said I did that too. Shoot, living in my city, shoot, I had to do that for sure. In Detroit, I had to realize like I can't be fighting with these little kids because my ego and stuff. I can't be. So I was like, you know what? I had to start telling myself, is it really worth it, man? You know, logic don't work for everybody, which I'm learning on this app. You know, I don't know why I used to thought that, man, maybe I could talk a person into, you know, that don't work. I learned that this app taught me so much that I'm like, dang, these really people brains like this. You cannot talk sense ain't sense for real.
Like...
I think you can, Kev. Only reason I think I can. Let me say I think I can, right? It's not that I believe I could get them to change their mind. I don't believe I could do that. But I do believe, and you've seen it several times, I get them to question their own logic. Not my point of view. I get them to really decide if you really believe what you say. And a lot of times people will say something and then I would be like, you know what? I'm going to see if they really stand on that. So I get them a setup question. And then with that setup question, people will give you their true answer. But then when you involve them in that question, then their answers tend to change. At that point, my job is done. I got you to question your own logic, and I'm good after that. Hey man, we forgot all about the prompt, man. Let me go.
Oh, you're right.
Let me go.
You good.
I'm acting like it's Friday already. Oops.
You good.
How do we know when information is made about why? I can't stand that YT word. YT man or other race. We don't know. We don't know.
I gotta make sure you go. Never mind. I forget everybody probably gonna be on this thing. If y'all ever notice, my question is set up for opposition though, low key. Most of us gonna be on the same page. That's why I asked this, right? Because most of our stuff tied to it. Because I want an opposition to be like, you know, I'm not brainwashed. And then I'm gonna ask them. That's what that second question is supposed to be for. But we already, you know, for the most part, they agree on most of this stuff already. So I can't set nobody up with that. Because that's why I asked the question right after that.
I see what you did.
Yeah, that's what but it ain't, none of us gonna be able to fall for it for real. Because we already on the thing. And then the fact that a couple of people already came in here was all off rip was like, well, I believe most of us is. Or all, I was like, dang. I'm like, shoot, I'm trying to wait for somebody to say, I'm not that. I know the truth.
Now that last question came up with me and old boy, and after I got off his live, it came up.
Hold on, brother. Marie, no, we can't hear you. I don't know what's up.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
I'm swiping out. Coming.
All right.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, I can
He
hear
got that one bar too. That's
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
yeah,
now?
we
yeah,
hear you.
yeah.
We hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So technically that's the third question. Just so you know, it's not the second one. Sean, I was playing. But
He was brainwashed.
in
Like
a,
I'm talking to. We gonna use that
right.
time. Nah,
In a sense though, you kind of would know on different, as far as the information, because of your upbringing. So let's say you wasn't raised in a certain way and somebody was raised a different. So when they give you that information, you're just like, what the fuck is that? And you don't know. But it's kind of like, you know that it's different than what you were raised on. So you kind of really know as far as upbringing goes, but after that, I mean, you really wouldn't know after that as far as the information.
I'm gonna say, even with upbringing,
You would know.
I'm glad y'all both said y'all would know, because I'm on the same tip like Sean. I wouldn't know.
Because you look. Oh, all right. I don't care what you believe in. Creation, the creator, because there is a creator, gave everyone the ability, even plants and animals, the ability to learn. It's called evolution. Let me tell y'all a story. One day in church.
Who taught you that? Say nonstop.
I was about 11 years old. I was about 11 years old when I brought up the fact that the Bible had holes in it. And I was just simply asking questions. Because I asked the question, I said, you know, the Bible speaks about the watcher angels came down to earth and they had sex with the women and they created giants called Nephilim, and the giants got out of control, which is the reason why God sent the flood. I said, but if God sent the flood, then where did Goliath and his brothers come from? That was almost 200-300 years after the flood. You know, if you study to show thyself approved. You have to study. You can't just take somebody's word for something. Because when you take their word for something, that's the ultimate level of brainwashing. When somebody just say, oh, trust me. Oh, you just gotta go. Hell, the second best thing they can say, or the least worst thing they can say is, you know, go look it up for yourself. At least they tell you to go look it up for yourself. But to just take somebody's word for something leaves you in that state of between toddler and teenager, where mom and daddy said don't do it, and you ask why, and they just said because I told you so. You always go. We are born with an innate desire to know why. Anybody who's had kids has heard why 100 times a day. Yep. Easily. It's encoded in your very genome to want to know the answer. I lie awake at night thinking about what's after the beyond. What's after this? Sometimes I be just sitting there like, man, I can't wait to pass on, because I want to know what happens after this. I want to know why. If you don't ask why, I honestly can't deal with a person like that, because you are comfortable with anything that somebody tell you. I told my girlfriend, I'm like, I want you to have a mind of your own, because if somebody come around and tell me, oh, your man cheating on you, you better be asking. You better be trying to find out the who, what, when, where, and why. You better be able to come to me and say, babe, I heard this, I heard that. Can we talk? Instead of taking somebody's word for it. Because taking somebody's word for it is how you get radicals. That's how you get the rhetoric. That leads to the last question, Kim. I'm just going to skip to the last question. That's what makes a person's rhetoric dangerous, because they will sit there and say, well, I heard so-and-so said this about you. And I'm like, well, damn, you ain't come and ask me. Why didn't you get it from the horse's mouth? You would much rather sit up here on TikTok and listen to everybody else say this stuff about me. Back to old girl, when all that stuff was being said about old girl and Black, I didn't make no judgment on her until I heard her open her mouth. When I heard her open my mouth, I said, okay, everything they're saying is true. Who am I to pass judgment on you until I've heard you pass it on yourself? It's as simple as that. So that's how you know why. That's how you know how. You got to ask the questions. You know that information was made up by somebody who does not want to see you do better. When you start asking why, once you get down to the genesis of why don't you want me to do this or do that. Last story, and I'm gonna say is this: when I told my folks that I wanted to get into acting, they had every reason for me not to do it, and I kept asking why. Oh, because actors get on drugs. They become sex addicts. They go to jail. They get arrested. And I asked my pops. I said, don't you got a cousin that's in prison for unalive somebody? I'm like, don't we got family members that are crackheads and on alcohol and got kids all over the place? I said, okay. And how many of them are actors?
Right.
At that moment, they shut the fuck up and they never bothered me about my career choices ever again. Because they want you, some people in this world want you to take their word as law. And you can't do that and at the same time say that I got a mind of my own. It just don't work.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got a question for you.
Before you go to the questions, though, I gotta see. It seemed like Marie. Did you want to add something? And then I want to ask Mary. Then we can go because so far it's two of us that's on the same page against Sue.
No, I mean I kind of agree with both of us at the same time when we were talking about the third topic. As far as there's some things that just because, like where it's coming from, because you wasn't brought up that way. So that's the only way, the way that you would kind of like know. I guess their angle would be a better way to say it. But you really wouldn't know most of the time. You wouldn't know what the information and who it's coming from.
Mary, what you got? You there, Mary?
But there might be 3 other lies right now.
What's up?
How do you know when information is made by white man, black man, or any other race?
It's all made by black people and they stole it from us.
How do you know that?
All information came from black people. That's my final answer.
Okay, interesting.
We know everything. If it wasn't for us, nobody else would know nothing. They wouldn't even know. Hey, and honestly, they wouldn't even know how to wash their ass if it wasn't for us.
Hello.
They wouldn't even know how to wash their ass.
Interesting. What you got, Shy?
We still eat meat raw at the restaurant. Straight blue raw right off the cow. They chop the leg off.
Flip it twice to serve it to me.
I want to know. So I want to see. Can you tell me where this information come from? Do you both believe that there's 365 days in a year?
No.
No, that's a lie.
Okay. Do you know if your age is the correct age?
Nope.
Nope.
I know that's a lie.
Okay. The year that you was born in, are you sure that's the year that you was born in?
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, when we were born, we were already 9 months old. So, yeah, make that make sense.
Thank you.
Say that again.
That. I'm like, man.
Say that again.
I said when we were born, we were already 9 months old. So, there's that.
Okay. So do you know what month were you born in?
Supposedly February is the month they told me.
Okay. So can anybody trace where all the information come from? Can anybody give me anything, or you don't know?
That's what it is. You remind me of me because I be saying this.
all the information to what you just asked.
My cousin got me like that.
Yeah, like the things that is most important in our life is like how old are you? Like when you was born. I would think that's something very like crucial, right, to know in your life. And the information that we have about that, where do it come from?
Well, like I said in the beginning, stories.
No. I know.
I mean,
how do we know if it came from the YT man or the black man? How do we know?
Okay, but
How you sneak up on somebody and don't?
So,
Oh, I was supposed to be muted.
because you need to
F1 in the
control
chats.
it.
F1 in the chats.
Oh, so I'm gonna give you my interpretation of what I know. And I'm not saying what I know is law. It's just my reality. First and foremost, you have to be told. You can research, and you have to be told, because your knowledge is only gonna take you back so far. Was my earliest memory that I have of when I was about 1.5, almost 2 years old, and the fam was down on the coast of Alabama, and I walked into the water and got swept away by the waves. Now, the only reason I have that memory is because up until I was roughly 17 years old, that's when my mom told me about what happened, because I used to have night terrors about just standing on the beach, couldn't move, saw a wave coming my way, and it'll hit me, and then I wake up. I used to have straight night terrors about that. And my mom's told me about that. So when you have someone who has been there before you, and they give you the information, unless you can, up until the point where you can't research it yourself. Like, I can't research what happened to me before that moment. I have no memory of my life up until, me being 1.5 years of physical existence on this plane out of the womb. So I have to hear the stories of what they tell me about when I was 6 months old, or when she was 6 weeks pregnant, or 6 months pregnant, et cetera, because it ain't until I pass through that portal, and it ain't until I traverse the waters within the waters and travel from one dimension into the other, do I start taking on a consciousness of my own. So there's no real way on that with that question that you asked. Now, certain questions, yeah, you can dig as far back as you can possibly dig, and then you're just going to ask the question of what happened before then, and then nobody's going to have the answer.
But there is an answer. There is an answer for that, though.
Okay, what's up?
There's an answer for.
Tell me something about all that.
To me, I think that's a clear answer for that one, right? Because don't tell me he paused it. Oh, okay. Before, like, the date of birth, I could say that before Europeans ever touched in Africa, they already had their own celebration of birthdays, right? So I could say that everybody had their own, at the time, interpretation of birthdays. So a lot of, like, when you say your parents taught you this, right? All I'm saying is we really don't have a clear cutthroat answer as far as where something come from, because yeah, our loved ones may have taught us this, but they had to gather the information from somewhere, right? So when I hear people online talk about statistics, right, they don't know who put that information on Google or whatever website. They don't know, and a person who put it on the website could be of one race, but they may have got it from somewhere else. So we don't know where information come from. But certain things we do, right? If I were to ask you, who came up, was it a YT man or a black man that came up with the term African American? Would you know that?
Actually, Jesse Jackson is the one who coined that phrase.
Okay.
During his rise to fame.
Okay, so that proves that certain things can, and certain things we have no idea at all.
But here's the question you got to ask yourself, Sean. Just because you don't know who exactly came up with that information, does that deter the information from being true or false? I mean, do you have to believe, do you have to go find for yourself that if you sleep with somebody with HIV or AIDS, that you might or might not catch it, just because the information that was put out there came from a source that you may or may not know?
No, I wouldn't go that far, but I will say this, and I had to come to grips with.
But here's the point I'm making. When is it too far, and when is it not too far? Because the fact of the matter is this: there's some information that people in this world have literally given their lives, both dedicated and literally given their lives for the betterment of humanity to find out. And I, for one, am on the mindset of it don't take me to find out that if I go dick a girl down raw and she's told me she's HIV positive, that I can catch it too, and now I got it. It regardless of where the source came from. So when I told you what I was telling you, just my opinion, regardless, I know the calendar, the Gregorian calendar, I know that was created by the calendar that we use today was indeed created by a white guy. We know that. That's a historic fact. We also know that in a certain part of Africa, they stick to the maps of true north and not numbering their days of 365 days a year. They're actually 7 years. Their calendars are 7 years behind. Okay, they still use ancient calendars, BC style calendars. They don't use AD. But the point I'm making is this: until you can debunk something, it stands to reason as facts. No matter what it is. Until you can debunk it, it stands to reason as facts, because you have no, and the reason why is because you ain't got no other information to go on. None. So when we say that black people indeed, when Brother Mirror was talking about black people indeed gave the very first information of the world, we know that to be factual, because when civilization, the oldest civilizations ever, can be found in or right off the coast of Africa, when the entire world was one continent of Pangea. Africa is the only continent that is connected to the crust of the earth. It does not shift and have earthquakes like the rest of the world does. We know all life started there. We can't argue those facts. We can't. We can't argue. Okay, yeah, somebody gonna try to argue. But until you can debunk it, it's still stated as facts.
Okay, let me tell you what just happened, and I'm going to answer your question.
What just happened?
I'm gonna tell you what happened. Let me tell you what happened, brother. What you did was you moved the goalpost like a motherfucker. Let me tell you. I ask you where you going, you tell me where you been. You changed it all the way around. I never said if the information is true or false. My whole premise and Kevin prompt was, do we know where the information come from? We wasn't saying if it's true or not. That's up to anyone's interpretation if they want to believe it, if it's true or not. My point I was saying was, we don't know where the information come from. Now, as far as your point is, like, we were the original people.
I see what you're saying.
Okay. All right. So as far as the original people, I'm going to say, I still don't know, and I'm going to tell you why.
I was about to say that too. I don't know still. No.
I'm going to tell you why I still don't know, right? Because to me, I think it's all based upon, like, it all depends on if you that people and you want to be the original people. Like, everybody want to be the first. Everybody want to be the head, the head motherfucker in charge, right? So the same way how I look at scientists, when scientists say this rock is 7,000 years old, how you know that? Like, how can you? You can't, like, to me, I think that's a clear example of brainwashing. How you gonna how you gonna backtrack something that was 7,000 years ago and the machine you using is updated? To me, that's some backwards things to me. So, if I want to believe that black people were the original people, right? Even if I want to believe that is the same way with religion. You cannot prove it. There's nothing to show. Even if we want to go with Africa itself, if you look up Africa is named after a Roman man, Scipio Africanus, right? So how can we say
that you got an F1? That sounded weird.
I know that's actually the name. Scipio Africanus.
That's sadly a real name. That's sadly a
Yeah,
real name.
I know.
that's a
I say
real
it's
name.
one of
Yeah.
the chats. That sounds like a cuss word.
But Africa is named after a Roman man was Scipio Africanus, right? And America is named after Amerigo Vespucci. So I look at details and be like, okay, I don't consider, and I told Kev this before, I don't consider myself an African American because that is two YT men last name. How can my race and nationality be two YT men last name? So to me, I don't fall victim to the brainwashing of I was born in 85. Jesse Jackson, like you said, and I agree, confirm that, he came out with the term African American in 1988. How can I be older than my own damn nationality? That don't make any damn sense. I'm born in 85. Why would I call myself an African American when that term wasn't invented until 88? That don't make any sense. That's
That is
brainwashing at its
crazy.
finest.
That's a good one. Yeah, that was good. That is brainwashing then. Because he did just come up with that. That's crazy, yeah.
Right.
I asked this for a reason though,
agree
but I
with
like
you on
that. I
that
like
part.
this how this going though. I like it, yeah. Because like when I say I'm open minded,
I
I'm
agree
literally
with
open.
you on
I mean,
that part.
even it goes back to it's just belief. It's what you choose to believe in, and then just like he said though, of course people gonna take up for just like I guess what Mary said earlier. We're gonna take up for our own kind. We're gonna say that people stalling and stuff, and because it make us feel good. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, that's what I noticed even when I was younger. We're gonna always take up for our own kind, just like when they do that. But then sometimes we get mad when they do that, and we be hypocrites to that. But I don't know. It's so much stuff I paid attention to since I was younger and stuff. And so of course anybody gonna be like, no, I was the one. No, I was the one. It was this guy. No, you did that. So it's just. I had to realize when I became, and like I said, I'm so open minded that because even my beliefs are in like the Bible, right? Let's mention that. I still leave it open, right? To that it could be, somebody can be like it's fake, say something like that, or whatever, so I just choose to believe in I think that's what we do with all our information. We choose to believe what we feel is right. You know what I'm saying? I feel that this is a fact because it's in the book, right? We can't argue because it is in the book, but I feel that the person wrote it could be telling the truth or not. It's just what we decide to believe in. It's really beliefs. That's all it is. Because just like I said, when I realized this will really had opened my mind up a little bit more when I realized when they switched from saying that Pluto is a planet and that was a fact written in book. Couldn't change that, right? But then later down the line, now it's a moon. So it's a fact written in book, and they changed it. So it's like it made me realize that whatever humans that came up with, they can literally change a fact into a new fact if they want to. They can. You know what I'm saying? Because all these things is what humans came up with, and this what they studies, and they tie words. They tie words to experiences and all that stuff from what we know. You know what I'm saying? But I'm more on the what he said, like what Sean said is like, I don't, I wouldn't know. I mean, I'm proud to say I don't know. I think a lot of us can't let go our ego heavy enough to say we really don't know. I mean, that's the first thing when we be able to let that go. I think it makes so much easier, man. It give you that. It give you that. I don't want to say I don't care, but it'll give you that. I'm gonna work with what's best for me and what helped me out in my life from what I believe in. You know what I'm saying? That's the best. I feel like that's the best route. But when we stand 10 toes on certain things, even though some things I do be doing that, but I still, if somebody was to, either debunk it or whatever, I'm open to that. I'm not that heavy on somebody's proving it wrong. Okay, maybe I didn't. Okay, I didn't know that. I wasn't for sure. You know what I'm saying? I think everything that we understand or we learn, we still got that little bit of doubt in everything. To it's a little bit, even if we ain't gonna admit it. I believe we still, because we can't say we actually know unless it's a experience we really experience. Really, that's all it really is. If we personally experience, we can't debate that. We can't think nothing different, right? If you seen a ghost in front of you or something like that, nobody else can't tell you but yourself. it's up to them to believe you or not. Some people can be like, you might be crazy, but they're not wrong for that because there's such thing as liars out here. And you can't trust people, but it's just like we choose to believe you or not. Even if you crying your eyeballs out, I swear that it was a ghost, I know it. But it's just like, it's just,
No,
it could have been an illusion. I mean, so people gonna be like that. I think we are. That's what the brainwash. If we just try to believe every last thing that come out of somebody's mouth, just like when people get mad when they be like, "I'm a victim" and all that other stuff. It's like you can't get mad if a person choose to believe you or not. You know what I'm saying? Because like we can't be naive. Because so many people say the same exact thing. What make you so different and special? I don't know you like that. So we don't know each other. That's the reason why. Even in the Bible, they trust no man but God, because like anybody can make a mistake, anybody can get misinformation, or people could purposely lie. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I'm just very open when it comes to stuff like that. Even this stuff that we saying, oh, I know was white tea made and was black man made. No, I'm not gonna stand 10 so I don't know. I'm proud to say that. I'm not. It's not hurting me to say that. I'm not gonna act like I know. You know what I'm saying? I can say I believe so. I would say I believe so, but I'm not gonna say, yeah, I know that was a black man that wrote that. Nah. And I ain't gonna say it like that, but I'd be like, man, you standing strong on that. But I'm like, that's why I be asking some questions like, how the heck was you next to this person or something like that? Was you just like I be getting people with like some religions? I'm like, was you next to God when He created this? How the heck you know? You know what I'm saying? So people be acting like they literally was here since the beginning of time, and they about a couple of years older than me or a little bit younger. So I mean that's how open minded I decided to be though. But I still, you know what I'm saying, we gotta still stand on certain things that's best fitting our own lifestyles. I put it that way. You know what I'm saying? Or we see that helps many people out. But overall, it's like I'm still open minded to anything can be a lie in general, or open to being wrong. That's why I feel like open minded is open to being proven wrong at any time. That's how I view it.
I would say I'm not open minded to my core values. Anything outside of my core values, I'm open minded. And what I mean by that is I can't be open minded with everything in the world that we live in. And I'm gonna tell you why. What I mean by closed minded and my let me make sure I tell the difference. When I'm closed minded, as far as my core values is things that you forget how, because some people let the world dictate what their morals are. Like at one point, slavery was legal, and just because it was legal, people thought it was right, and they let them form their morals, and they thought that it was right to treat people a certain way. So what I mean by my core values is like things that I came up with on my own, as far as how I see the world from the lenses of my own eyes, like what I gather when I go out into the world and what I decide to hold for myself. As far as I don't believe that, like, I'm never open-minded to liking men, right? I'm not open-minded to that. That ain't no open-minded thing, me being interested in men. That's not nothing open-minded. No, that's
Put my earpiece in the wrong time.
no, I'm not open.
That's a fact. I feel you on that. That's why I said stuff I feel you on that. Yeah, that's what I was meaning about it.
Yeah, but I'm open-minded to other people living their own lifestyle, yes, or living what they want to do with their own life. But for me, I'm closed-minded on me being a part of that, right? And I'm not open-minded to that, right? So, but I'm open-minded to, even when it comes to like religious talk, right?
Yeah.
I'm open to being challenged every single day. I don't mind being challenged. I feel like when people get, and this is my opinion, if you get upset when someone challenges you, you're not comfortable in what you believe in. If you are comfortable with what you believe in, you accept the challenge. It's no different than sports. If I'm confident in what I could do on a basketball court, I don't care what team comes my way. I believe I could beat you until you beat me, and then I'll humble myself. You're like, you know what, you better than me. So when it comes to humble myself, ain't nobody yeah. Oh, no. But it's the, I don't know. It's certain things. I'm open minded to, if you want to debate about like the man and woman role, right? You know, like what a woman should do. At one point I was closed-minded. I'm like, no, this is. I told my wife, nah, this is your. I was holding her to the expectations of what society say how she should show up, and I was like, man, hold on, man, damn, I'm brainwashed. Why am I? I'm holding this woman to a standard, and maybe she don't even meet those standards. Maybe it's not. She's not equipped to do these things because she's her own person. So I said, you know what?
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and be open-minded to. Let me do what's best for me, what I like, what's best for us. And then I was like, you know what? Once I was open-minded, then I realized this would also being open-minded. Being an open-minded person, you are comfortable with expressing your views to other people, right? Because you're being vulnerable because you're open-minded.
That's
But
true.
when you become open-minded in this society that we in, it makes you a target. Because when you express your views, and it's not no hatred views, it's just when you've been open-minded and you express yourself, people tend to I don't know, I think it's something about a person being genuine and honest and being vulnerable. I think it makes them a target in a world where people just want to be full of hatred. And it's a bunch of people who bully people based upon who don't have the same views as them. And I think people who bully people based upon their views, to me, that is the most closed-minded people I've ever met in my life. That you feel the need to make someone feel bad about what they believe in, all because you don't believe in it. Man, what you doing? Were you watching for the cops over there or something, man? You by the window like you about to get raided or something, man?
Nah, I hear some stuff going on outside. I'm like, what the heck going on? Just don't mess with my car. Even though I ain't got no sweet car, but I'm just saying. I didn't know what was going on. Marie leaving, man. Why you leaving, man?
But what do you say? If things are supposed to be a secret, hold on, man. Let me skip to that last one. This was the conversation I had privately with old boy about this, right? He said that if your stuff, I say, why do y'all feel the need to call people out when they disagree with y'all? He said, what do you mean? I say, it's the names. Like when you call somebody H-phobic, you know what I mean when I say that, right? Phobic. I say that's a bad name that you attach to someone, all because they disagree with you. I said, what do y'all get out of that? He said, because it could be some harmful rhetoric, right? I said, okay, cool. Let's go with your point. What if I believe that what y'all are teaching is harmful and it's some harmful rhetoric? What if I believe that? Then what does that do for me? What does that do for you? Do that make you feel bad? Do it make you want to back off and not call me those names because I believe what you're teaching is rhetoric? The man told me no. So at that point, it's bullying. Because if I don't agree with you, you're going to try to bully me into believing your beliefs or backing off from confirming my beliefs. But I don't feel like, and this is some people gonna call this cocky. I'm gonna call it me just being confident. I don't believe that anyone could. I ain't gonna say. I'm gonna say anyone. Man, fuck that, man. I ain't being humble. Hell no. I don't believe that. I don't believe no one can make me like when it comes to their beliefs. I believe I know what I know and I don't know what I don't know. The things that I know, I believe I know. And I feel like I have a gift at I don't like telling people they're wrong, but I like to see if they really believe in their own logic. If you don't believe in your own logic, I will let you tell yourself that you is wrong. I will let you self-correct. But I don't believe that a lot of people stand on their logic. If you remove them and put someone else, if their answer is not the same, then they don't believe in their own logic. And I'm gonna give you my point and I'm gonna land. How I looked at women at one point, right? Yeah, you're gonna serve me, you're gonna do this for me, you're gonna wash these dishes, you're gonna bring my plate and all that stuff. Until I had daughters. Now, would I want a man to treat my daughters the way I want a woman to treat me? My answer changed. So therefore, I knew that I couldn't really stand on that logic because why would it change when I have a daughter compared to when I don't have a daughter? So I just kind of like had to revisit some of those ways. Then I realized it was all part of being brainwashed. Society told me this is how it's supposed to be. So I started stepping away from that.
That's a good one. That's a good one. I think that's how me myself I do that. Not even just with because I don't have no kids, but I do that when I just put myself in other people's shoes. This so-called empathy everybody swear that they had. That's why they don't never have that moment. But I do I be thinking about all type of stuff. I be trying to think in fairness. People get mad at that too. Because I used to even ask questions like, "Dang, what happened to these people?" I was like, "This is I was younger. Like, dang, is that fair?" One of I switched and been that person, that had mental issues and whatever. I still you wouldn't want to think I deserve to be unalived and all this other stuff. It just shoot. Some people just can't help the way they grew up. That's just what it is. I mean, you still get held accountable. I understand that. But it's just like I don't wish unaliving on nobody. I don't wish, I wish, the most is maybe
I do
just
on
lock
this
somebody
game.
up just to protect everybody else. But I just don't, I realize I could have been any of these people. I would want somebody to lock me up if I'm over here hurting everybody, of course that, but I wouldn't, wish to be taken off the face of this earth, because of different things. I think that's like the last resort, maybe. Last resort. I think it's different being predestined. I mean, not predestined, premeditated versus, in the middle of the act. Now, I get it. If some dude is going crazy and unalive a bunch of people, you got to pop them. You got to do what you got to do. But if it's somebody that might have did something to somebody, I don't think you should unalive them later down the line. Go on the unalive share and all that other stuff or whatever. Nah, I just think that they should just do that, get locked away and let them spend their time. Not even have to be all mean and stuff. Like let them rot and I be feeling. I don't know. Maybe I be feeling bad. I swear I've been like this for a few years. When I learned like what forgiveness is and all that, and I understand they be like, "What if this happened to your family or your mama and all that stuff?" Of course, anybody gonna be mad. I'm gonna be like that. But I think overall, the way I feel about people in general, I just, I can be mad for years maybe. But if it's that serious, right? But I don't think nobody deserves unaliving, man. And that's just with a sane mind. Of course, if I'm angry and all the other stuff, I'll take his head off, but I still trying to prevent myself from getting that way. But that's why people get mad. What the heck? So you talking about you'll forgive people that great kids and all? They be just saying the worst stuff or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, I still say it. I'm not about to change it because that's how y'all feel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a mean person like that. I literally say I forget, and I even believe in the guy. I believe he the same way because a lot of us is alive still to this day for a reason. I'm pretty sure, if he had the same mentality as us, he'd be the same way. And that ain't the reason why. Only reason why I'm forgiving is because like I said, I learned what this thing is putting myself in other people's shoes. I realized some people just didn't have the choice to grow up the way like the people that do the self booms. You know what I'm saying that right?
Yeah.
Like that's what they got raised up in. Like it's not. I feel like that ain't fair. That they didn't have really a chance. Somebody told them if you'll do this, you'll get million wives and all this stuff. Who not gonna fall for that? You know what I'm saying? Million wives in heaven and stuff. I'm kaboom. I'm gonna do that real quick. You know what I'm saying? But not realizing that's a brainwash. You know what I'm saying? Speaking of the topic. So I feel like I just be thinking about stuff like that.
Man, that's a million problems. I'm cool. Find another
But we
fool.
ain't thinking about that. I'm talking. Just imagine the guys now. You know what I'm saying? Nobody thinking about
You
that. We
know,
we gotta. We a little bit smarter than that now, though. But not to say that they not smart, but it
you know
took
when I
time to grow.
when I
Yeah.
realized like when I had a different perspective as far as life is imagine I ain't going too much detail, but just imagine you lose a loved one, right? You're in a hospital, right? And you happen to lose a loved one, right? And everyone that's in that room is crying, emotional. It's like their world have ended, right? If you lose a loved one, whatever it may be, you feel like your world has ended until you walk outside of that hospital door and you see life just going on. Like people next door to you in the room is happy, congratulating, having a good time. Man, you pause?
No, my bad.
Oh,
I was looking at my.
oh. Man, I thought they
I
did
know you on like.
this.
Oh, hold on, wait.
Hey, I thought they did
Nah,
this the
wait.
mannequin challenge, but when you when you sad and you just like you lost a loved one and then you hear the people next door in the next room having a good time. You walk out the hospital. You walk out of the hospital. You see life just continue going on. Your life just ended. You feel like your world is crashing, and everybody else is just constantly thriving. That's when I realized you never really know. Like that's where the empathy and having compassion come into place because you really never know what someone is going through. You could literally
Right.
be talking crazy to someone on TikTok
That's true.
inspiration, just for some type of to keep their mind, occupy their time, right? And then you come on here wanting to troll and bully, and then now you didn't trigger that person to do something they didn't want to do. And I also understand that I used to think it was selfish to pretty much unalive yourself until I did research and seen that sometimes people don't want to unalive themselves; they just don't want to feel pain. And I know what that feel like. You just don't want to feel pain. It's not that you don't want to be here. You just tired of experiencing pain. And just like, and somebody be like, nah, that ain't true. Think about it. You ever had a toothache? I had a toothache before, right? It was my front tooth. Man, that shit, I had an abscess. That thing was hurting me. I was okay with the doctor pulling it because I was in so much pain. Now, would I have regretted it afterwards? Yeah, once the pain subside, I'm like, man, now I'm walking around with one tooth in the front, right? But I was in so much pain at that time, I was willing for the doctor to take that pain away, remove the tooth. So a lot of times, and what my wife taught me was, once you start doing the work and you start healing, your eyes kind of opened and you realize the people that you thought was healed is far from healing themselves. And you realize when you start doing the work, you realize the people that's not doing the work. And then the people who, when you was in a rough place, in a toxic place as far as your mind frame, you look up to people who you thought had the right mindset. And then when you start doing the work, you realize they don't have the right mindset. They just as toxic as anyone else. So, and I feel like that's a lot of time that's what happened with people, especially on this app. When you start, they stay away from people who they know is very intellect, that could pretty much challenge you and not let you take them off their square when it come to answering questions. So they would be nice to you. I told old boy before, I say, me and him was inboxing each other back and back while I was on this woman, I blocked her now, but this woman live where she was asking questions about, asking me definition, asking me why do I love my wife, give me things that I love about my wife that don't benefit me. And I said, well, she's loving, she's this, she's kind, she's intelligent. They was like things. She said, I told you the things that don't benefit you. I said, that's who she naturally is. Why won't it benefit me? And they was like, nah. So I was telling the dude in the inbox, he was on a live, but me and him was going in the inbox, and he was like, I say, watch I say some most red pillish things in this world, and I guarantee you they won't block me. And I done it on purpose. And they didn't block me. Remember, I told you I blocked these people and they still follow me back. Remember, I told you that? So I just realized that, I don't know, I think people pick and choose if they consider you a red pill. If they like your personality, they accept your red pill ways. If they don't like your personality, they going to identify you as a red pill and you out the door.
I got a question for Little Miss. I'm trying to see what is she talking about down there? That's so random. Who started talking about family and traditional and men on TikTok doing this and women doing that? I'm
You know
confused.
what
Well,
is
she just
funny
came in
to
here
me?
with her own little topic or something. She confused me now.
You know what's funny to me though?
What's up, Slim?
When
Slim.
people bring up the term red pill, right? Like Sean just brought it up, it's typically associated with men who are misogynistic or men who have those ideals so far off. Like, no, we hate men like that, right? But if anybody has seen The Matrix, has everybody seen The Matrix?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The red pill was the pill that showed you the truth. Why don't we call them blue pilled men? Has anybody ever thought about that? Like, why don't we call them blue pill men?
I don't know why I don't know what.
Huh? What did you say, Sean?
I really don't know what I don't know where people get red pill from. I don't know like where it come from. I have
Matrix.
no idea.
Play on The Matrix.
It's Matrix. It's the Matrix, but they got
That's
the
what it.
wrong definition behind it. I
Yeah.
actually learned that red pill.
Oh,
This
I
is
didn't know.
exactly what the Matrix, but they've just put bad. You know how they do with a lot of things. They just put a bad definition behind it because Matrix. I mean, because red pill literally supposed to mean basically being
Ripped
what's
out
that?
the
What's it
matrix
called?
and being shown the truth.
How? Dang, can I finish? What the heck going on?
Sorry.
My bad. You
No, like that was in the middle. No, I was just trying to hurt. I was just trying to tell you why. Oh, dang, now I got confused at that. But basically, what I was saying is that red pill is supposed to mean being a realist. That's what I learned. My man's what's his name? My man's Bert. He ended up teaching me that because I was he got me. That was one person that got me froze. He had asked me some stuff. I was like, I would usually be the one asking questions. He got me with that. He like, Kev, do you know what red pill is? I'm like, well, I be hearing from other people. I was sounding like the people I be doing like that. That was some funny stuff. I was like that. He got me. I was getting in my feelings for a little bit. I was like, dang, you know what? Truth, he got me. So I found out that the real definition of red pill would be, which I thought it's just like the movie. It's supposed to be more of being realistic or being what we call a realist. You know what I'm saying? That's all that really is. It's just a new word, but now they put a bad thing on it. And blue pill is more of people living in delusion. Like we see how the world going is now. I'm gonna try my best, but I can't say it. But it'll get us bananas if we talk about that. It's like people want to feed into what they believe in and want us to agree with it. Delusional type stuff. Like, no, I said this and call me that, or I said, I do this, and you're gonna act like this is not true. And I want you to turn a blind eye on it. You know what I'm saying? So that's more like blue pill stuff.
Were you on live last night? Were
No,
you on live last
well, I
night?
was in I was in a few rooms.
No,
I was in a
no.
mirror room.
I'll tell you what happened yesterday, and it was from a woman, right? And this shit, like, it shook up the panel, right? I said, let me ask you a question. And I said, I know women don't like to talk about women on this app because y'all know y'all will be attacked. I said, I get it. But I said, I just want you to answer this question. I said, I said, if I got on this app every single day and all you heard me say was bad things about women, even though it could be factual things about women, but I'm doing it every single day, and then you found out that I'm married, what would you say? She said, I think you hate women or you hate your wife. I said, okay, cool. So what are we supposed to think as men when we constantly get on the app every single day and that's all we hear from the same group of women? What are we supposed to think? Well, and she kind of hesitated. And that's when I told you I like to see if you believe in your logic. So I would paint a picture and set you up first. She had no problem saying I hate my wife, I hate women. But when it came to her answering the question on the reverse side, she hesitated. And that's when she dropped on the panel.
Hey, I wanted
I
to say
love it. I
something.
love this.
Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead. Go.
Sean, I wanted to comment on what Sean said a little bit earlier when I came in about the picking and choosing people do tend to do on here. I, it's funny because like I really see this app, or I just see the whole internet as just high school days. You remember when you was in school where like if like the unpopular kid or the quote unquote nerd kid or just the kid that just stayed to himself is not really with the majority of what they got going on, you'll say something that's logically correct. They won't consume it or even listen to what you got going on. But let's say the popular kid, the frat boy, or the popular cheerleader say the exact same thing. Just the love the popular kid gets, it seems way profound. And you're so right about this because I see this on this app, I see it on the internet, social media all the time. When Kevin Samuels was saying all this stuff, right? You feel me about men and women because of his delivery, he was canceled or attempted to be canceled. Now you have his baby podcast casters out here repeating the same rhetoric. Depending on what who's saying it, they applaud it. You have women on that making these podcasts. I forgot the lady name that's getting sued by that got sued by Cardi B and so many other celebrities because she's a woman. Majority of the stuff that she says, it sounds like a carbon copy or blueprint of Cameron Samuels. But when I look at the comments, when I look at the people that react to her videos, when I look at the people that use her as a topic, a vocal point, for conversation, majority of the time when it's women, oh my God, she's such a genius. Oh my God, we should listen to her more often. Oh my God, she's so wise. One, this person's not married. Two, this person literally is the baby version of Kevin Samuels, but I guess because it's coming from a woman and she's more
I'm
popular
biased.
in her eyes, she's correct.
I gotta disagree with that a little bit because of the person you're talking about.
Huh?
I can give you an example.
No, I know
What's she
exactly who you're
disagreeing
talking
with? I'm
about.
trying to see. What's the
So
part?
with her name is Tasha K. And I don't think it's necessarily that the delivery is taken the way it's taken because she's a woman. I think that she has the following that she has because she's able to lie and say what she wants to say, which is why she's constantly being sued. She's not being sued for no reason. She does not say things that she even herself believes in. She does not fact check. She does not take the time to do her actual research. She found a group of women who are gullible, and it's not as many women as you think it is because quite to the contrary, a lot of women, the majority of women can't stand her. We've been trying to get her off the internet for years. We don't feel like she's a copy of Kevin Samuels. We do more so treat her like a gossip rag mag.
When I say blueprint or a copy and paste version of Kimmy Samuels, I'm not speaking on. Yeah, she does lie. I ain't gonna lie. That's her thing. She clicks bait, says a few things for shock value. I'm not saying the part where she's getting sued and lie about stuff. It's just individuals that's like her in the culture will
Okay.
use the same recipe. Imagine you're Colonel Sanders, the KFC guy. You invented KFC, right? You got this now packed. But because you're a YT man in the black community, oh, we can't support KFC. We can't. Nah, he hate us. He don't want us to grow. He just want us to fatten us up and all this other stuff. But Star Keisha down the street can make a recipe that's just the same, just unhealthy, but just because John Quisha and them sounds similar to us in our wording or look like us, we'll eat the same damn thing that's unhealthy, problematic, and damaging our community. I don't like it's crazy. So to me, it's like I like when I heard Sean say that, I couldn't agree with that even more because it just shows me that people are selectively outraged and
Yeah.
biased.
Bias, very biased. There's a lot of people do that. Just like they use talk. I was talking about that before. They use talking points. Well, this person is not married, or this person date opposite colored people. Why we should listen to them? And then if they talking the right stuff,
Oh,
man,
I
you
got
know
a
what?
better one, Kevin. Look, they'll be like when a black brother that's a celebrity or got money, they outside his race. Oh, he don't like his mother. He don't like black women. But you'll see like Serena, Halle Berry do the exact same thing. Go, sis. Get the bag, sis. You deserve it, sis.
Yeah.
I'm confused.
Bias. People pick and choose. It's just off talking points. Whoever help assist your lifestyle is who they're gonna. And a lot of times I seen a lot of us do that too. Some of us do the same exact thing. That's why I have to be like, no, we we hypocrites. We can literally. Why should I listen to you? You can't keep a marriage or something like that. But then we got people that they can't keep a marriage, but might be talking some good stuff. So it's just, yeah,
It's
it be
comical
like that.
and entertaining.
So we just try to find anything to invalidate people nowadays. That's just what that is.
Mm-hmm.
It's a circle. It's the entertainment. I feel it on that. It's because you married don't mean you're in a good marriage. Right. I feel
Because he
that
married
too.
on you. Hey, I say that all the time, but what they say is, oh, it's always the single people or the people that can't keep a woman that got something to say. But
Come up with
you in a
laundry, man. You
relationship for
sound like
30
you just
years.
lost.
You in a relationship for 30 years, you getting abused, punched on, manipulated, all this, woo to woo. You don't talk about that though, but oh, you just glad you married. So you want me to suffer with somebody rather than be single and find myself and be satisfied or happy, content.
You said so. She said she don't see the issue. You don't see the issue with the
Alondra just like to
bias and
argue.
being a
I ain't gonna lie.
hypocrite. What you say?
Alondra just like to argue. I ain't gonna lie to you.
I
Like,
know she do. Nope, Stacey. Oh, what the heck? That was what type of answers? I don't even get what she mean. My brain just hurt.
What are y'all talking about? About stay single? What happened? What y'all talking about? I missed
I don't
it.
know. My head just hurt that fast. I'm trying to see what she talking. I'm thank God she coming up. Please, my
Here we
God, she's
go.
confusing me. What you talking about, Elandria? What you got? And what's up? What's up? Welcome.
Hey, Kev. I hope you're doing well. Hi, Big Will. I hope everybody is doing well.
What's
I'm
up?
always good, man.
The nope, stay single was to what Big Will just said. Like, oh, we're supposed to marry
Yeah.
someone that we don't, blah, 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 blah. No, just stay single.
I'm not
Okay.
tripping about the single part. I was just saying that it's just funny, and it was an extension of what Sean said earlier about how people pick and choose when it comes to stuff they
True.
accept. You feel me? And not
That's true.
everything that's presented is the real truth. It's that person's truth. It be individuals that they will follow, like Derrick Jackson. He's a perfect example. Look who was his number one fan base that was pushing them to the moon and back. It was majority women, single women or women that's in relationships, right? He is the truth. He is the guy. He is the second coming. Just to find out a few months later, he's a whole weirdo. He's cheating on his wife. He's manipulated, this, that, and the third. But this the guy that y'all was pushing to the moon and back. This y'all representative.
How much you want to bet he didn't lose his peoples? He didn't lose his following. He
He
got the
ain't lose
same people that's gonna
nobody.
stick with, just like the brick lady. They found out that she didn't trick them. She ain't lose her following. It's just people that don't care. That's what I mean. That's where the dangerous part is, because
Kevin,
people is only just listening just to, and they don't care how dangerous they is. I want to mention this other guy that's part of the election, but I'm not about to say his name, right?
you
So
know,
even
it's
like people like that, they can, once they made their mind up about if they like you, and it worked the same way. If they like you or dislike you, it don't matter if you saying this. So okay, I'm saying the opposite first, right? If they don't like you, right? Which I experienced this in a room recently. I literally had the same talking points as them, and they still like, "What the f is you talking about? You sound stupid." I'm like, "Bro, I'm repeating what you just said." But people
Kevin,
just like that. They got
Kevin,
that bias.
the
They don't pay
delusion don't
attention to that.
even.
And then all the opposite, a person could be talking some trash or literal trash, but if they like them, they're gonna. Nah, I can feel it. I just said this yesterday. You know what I'm saying? I just said some trash, and then now you say that you. So that's people. There's people that's like that.
Kevin, the
If
delusion don't
that's a
even just
problem.
stop there. If they, it is so crazy. It's the fact that you can be somebody. Let's say the majority likes, even if you spit some bullshit, and I pull up facts that it's bullshit, they will make up a fantasy in their head where your bullshit doesn't count. Or I don't
Yeah,
feel that you're right. What do you mean you feel? I can prove that I'm right. Well, I don't feel. I don't believe. I thought you can't argue facts. I thought the one thing about facts is it's been proven. What do you mean you feel? Well, Kevin is such a brilliant individual. Kevin is so handsome. Kevin is so wise. Kevin is damn. Kevin can't be wrong. If Kevin is wrong, it's your fault. What?
So I don't know if you remember, Kev. I'm pretty sure you were there. I don't know if you remember this because the reason that my comments before that made me come up was, what does it matter who they listen to so long as they listen, right? But and what I mean by that is, right,
okay.
if they don't listen to a man when he says it, but when a woman says that they do listen,
I feel you.
do men truly need the credit? Is that what it's about? Because
No,
if
I
it's
feel you
about,
on that. I feel you on that. There, I get you on that.
and
Because
I don't know.
I had to talk to myself like that too a while ago. Like, dang, well, if I'm not the messenger, then somebody, as long as somebody get it. But I think the question is, I don't think they really do understand. Some people just don't understand it. They just like because the person is saying it, another person is saying that they like or
Hold on.
something like that.
Hold
But
on. Hold on.
Well, let
Ask that
me.
question again. I didn't hear it. Say it again.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Yes. You, Alondra. Yes. Could you
Oh,
repeat
okay,
yourself,
yeah.
please?
If I understood Big Will correctly, I said, what does it matter that when a man says that they don't listen, but when a woman says the same exact message, they listen, so long as they listen to the message and apply it? Why does it matter if they don't listen to the man when he says it?
Okay, I answer that one. I'm gonna give an example of one, and I'm gonna talk about the other. It's just how if you were married and you constantly telling your husband something, right, and all of a sudden when a man says it, he gets it. You'll kind of feel like there's a level of he don't really respect you, or it kind of like tells a lot about how he sees you, right? So it's kind of like being very biased in a sense. So if I were to say something on a panel and the woman don't get it, and then a woman come and says the same thing, it tells me how you feel about men, period. So I think that could be wrong in a sense to where you don't want to take information because it's a man, but that same information you could take it from a woman. So I think it just create a bad environment that you can't really have genuine conversation.
Yeah, that happened to you. I thought about that.
Well, so
I'm gonna
Kev, I don't know if you
say
remember.
some people could also take certain people delivery the wrong way, meaning you just not the person who can speak in a way to where a person understands. Because I had people literally say the same shit, but they gave two different deliveries, and I'm like, okay, I didn't understand your delivery because you kind of off. You not the person to sit up here and give a person a clear vision on what you're trying to get to, versus a person who actually giving you a clear understanding or the clear vision where they're saying it in a way where it's like, okay, they not saying a whole bunch of complicated shit that you don't understand. You get what I'm saying? Or that's not relatable.
Yes. So Kevin, I don't know if you remember, or Kev, I don't know if you remember, because I'm almost positive you were there. Men kept telling women, take accountability, you need to be responsible. And I went up there and I was like, ladies, men will never take accountability. We cannot trust men to take accountability. And it's because of that we have to take accountability for ourselves. We have to lead by example because we cannot trust them to take accountability. And the women were agreeing when I said that, because even though I'm saying the same thing, right? We need to take accountability for ourselves. I delivered that message differently. And when it was delivered differently, when I started off by saying, men, we cannot trust men to take accountability first, that's when they were able to, I don't know if you recall that.
I thought about that. I remember that day, but I feel like you was on some BS though. Forget all that, because I was the first one that challenged that. Because I said, even though you said that, you still added something at the end for the reason why they shouldn't do that. I'm like, bro, you can't do that. Because the thing is like you added two different talking points at the end why they should take accountability and stuff like that. Yeah, because you said women take accountability, then you start basically taking up for the woman after you said that. That's what you did.
What I did was I talked shit about. What I did was I talked shit about
she was
men.
slick with it. I caught her that day.
Yep. I talk shit about men.
Like, yep.
In order to get the women to realize that they need to take accountability. In order to get the women to realize they need to take accountability for their own bodies, I had to capture them, and that was by talking shit about men, saying men don't take accountability. We cannot trust men to take accountability. They will avoid accountability like the plague, and it is because of that we have to lead by example and take accountability. Right? You talk shit about them.
I get you a little bit there. You put it that
So
way.
it's still about taking accountability.
Even though I didn't like it though, but I feel you though.
Wait.
That's some bullshit.
Kev, you gotta understand. She is very intelligent for her to do it that way, right? Let me tell you how.
Yeah, I feel it too. I started thinking about it.
Hold on. She knew how women think, right? So she went in there. If she would have said, women, we have to be accountable, such and such, she knew that they was going to get on her, right? So she said the same message, but as long as you throw a little man bashing in there, the women is going to be okay with it. And she knew that. So when she went in there and say, hey, we got to take accountability because men would never take accountability. Now at that point, and when women accepted it, that proves to me that all we dealing with right now with this gender war, whatever you may call it is, people just want to be in power. The men don't want to give up the power, and then the women want to be in power. And if the women get empowered, then it'll be the men will be complaining about the same thing that women are complaining about. It's just everything will reverse. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And to
That's
me,
my.
that's a
Yeah, I
manipulation.
get it though. I was about to say when she had reset it over the other time, I get what I said. That makes
That,
sense then.
I want to
Yeah.
ask Alondra though, that, but what does that tell you, right? What does that tell you about the state of mind of a group of individuals where, okay, I might say something that is logical and it makes sense without me bashing you. You won't get it, but somebody else got to come in and downplay another gender just for you to get the message. What does that tell you about the state of mind of those group of individuals?
Good
It
question.
tells them the seriousness of the situation. You women
Seriousness?
listen. Let me explain, right? Women keep saying, well, men need to strap up. Men need to strap up. It's his body, it's his seed, right? Women are so busy worrying about men taking accountability that they're not focused about themselves, right? But what I'm saying is, ladies, you cannot trust them to take accountability. It feels good. If you're willing to let him hit, he's not going to be responsible. He's going to think with the head down there, not the head up here. So because he is not going to do that, you have to be the one to do it because you have the power to do it because
I
you
like
have the
that.
discipline to do it. So
Reverse psychology.
it's about showing women why they need to. So it's not just women need to take accountability. This is why you need to take accountability because men won't.
Okay,
But I feel like that just what
Can I
all that
say
stuff you
something?
just said just made me think in my head that this group of individuals are so either damaged, lost, or so like a child. Because it's funny that because most women do say that in relationship or when they approach a man, oh, you have to handle me. Last time I checked, the only time I
Spoil
heard
me.
that is like handling a child or an animal. You feel me? And what you just said, on top of
Validate
that, you
my
hear that a lot.
feelings.
That makes me think that these group of individuals are exactly what other individuals think of them, but they don't see it until somebody else that looks or sound like them point it out. A lot of men think that, unfortunately, I'm not saying all, but it's a good handful of group of men that think that in some aspects, women are unable to handle certain things, right? Well, you can call it sexist, whatever, right? But when you have these type of conversations, it kind of proves the point of those men's theories that it's true when it comes to certain aspects. I could have a conversation with literally a racist and we can have more better dialogue than me having a conversation with an individual that's the opposite sex without me downing my gender. Why is that even plausible?
Hold on.
I can have more sense with a racist
Here,
without
here
downing each other.
here's where this is and I'm happy that Alondra said that, right? Because it makes me want to it prompted me to ask this question. And it kind of goes against what I've always heard women say. And I hate going against, I ain't gonna say I hate going against the women talking point because they got enough, but I just got to be honest. Now, you said that, okay, I see what you said now. I'll get it now. It's not really talking, it's not really down. Okay. If you had to put the message in a way where you had to, I guess you say speak the truth. Some would say speaking down on men or bashing men just so women could understand your message. I'm okay with that, right? So, but when it comes to, like you say, you done it so they could know like like the seriousness of it, right? And I agree with you on that, right? So, well, how come when it comes to those same people that can accept that, how come when it comes to, especially we go with men, especially pertaining to black men, when black men tend to date outside of their race, we hear women say they don't have a problem with it, but they have a problem when we tend to talk down on them, and we don't look at it talking down. We could say the
Mm.
same thing you saying is we just speaking facts. So how come they don't like
Mm.
that? They don't like
Good
that
Mm.
point.
delivery, but they willing to accept the delivery of talking down on a man in order to lift themselves up.
I'm
Mm.
not sure how
I
that's
told you got a
comparable.
waddle.
Listen, I'm not sure how
When
that's
they said he got a Hulk,
comparable.
I got a Sean. It's like no.
I'm not sure how me telling women that they need to take accountability because men are not responsible is comparable to a man saying, I don't date black women because they ain't shit.
You don't think it's okay.
I hope they should get it.
Hold on. Now let's go back to what you said at first. Why did you, because you said it yourself, why did you feel the need to throw men in there instead of just telling women that they need to be accountable? I'm pretty sure you had to think about how you delivered that and why you delivered it the way that you did.
And I explained, right? It was so that they understand the seriousness of the situation. You cannot rely, expect, or trust these men to strap up. It is nova a pasar. It is not going to happen. Because you cannot rely on that, you can only rely on yourself. You have to rely on yourself. You have to hold yourself accountable. You have to be responsible because, sister, I promise you, 9 times out of 10, he will not be responsible. 9 times out of 10, if you are willing to let him hit it raw, he will hit it raw. It's to show the seriousness of the situation and to make them understand that they need to be responsible for their own bodies.
Okay, I don't have no pushback on that. I guess my next question, and it didn't happen, but it'd be hypothetical based upon what we've always seen. If and I know you say it's a little different, but I'm gonna try to make it almost the same. If black men were to say, "Hey, fellas, don't date black women, stick with the white women because they'll never change. We have to take accountability that they never going to change, they never going to be submissive, they never going to do this." Would you think they accept that? If we use the same
women accept it?
Yeah, would women accept it, or would you think they still think it's a form of you don't have to talk down on us for your preferences? You want to go over the other side, cross them tracks, but you don't need to mention us at all, because that's what we always heard.
Yeah, I don't think women will accept it any more than men accept what I just said. But the message isn't for women in that situation. The message is for the black men. The black women don't have to like it. The message isn't for you. The message is to be delivered to the black men. So when I say this to black women, and I can say the same thing to get black women to be natural, right? I'm a natural woman, and I can say that I could use the same concept about black men in order to get black women to be natural, right? It doesn't matter if black men are in their feelings about it. The message is for black women. So if that's a man's prerogative to get black men to date outside their race, to go overseas, etc., and that's how you want to do it, sure. I mean, it might not make us feel good, but the message isn't for us.
I see. Okay, you standing on your square. I mean, I respect that. I get it.
I think I did it a few times anyways, but it still was like what I was saying was still probably fact, because I was saying about it's but I guess I say it's no, I put it's, I don't put the all. I usually don't do all, or I might do something. I might say it's a lot. It's a lot of no good men, so I believe that a lot of y'all should be able to take responsibility and stuff. Because I think I did it a few times though, especially when I was holding men accountable on some of them days or whatever. It just depends on what it is, but.
I got one more, Kid. Let me ask
Not one more.
No. It's nothing pertaining to that at all. I don't think you was up here when I asked this question. If you see me, like me, my name profile pop up every single day on TikTok, and all you hear me say is I speak the negative things of women, right? All I do is speak of the negative things, right? Nothing positive, just always the negative. And even though those negative things is actually true, that's all I speak about. And then you find out that I am married with kids and daughters. What would you think of me?
I would definitely think something is up. I would think, what makes you so special that you found a woman that doesn't fit that bill? Which is possible, right? It's possible for you to be married to an actual decent woman, but I'm not sure why you think you're so special that you got one that is decent, and the rest of them aren't.
Right.
That I think is very strange. But I think something that would be more equivalent. Is saying to, hey men, you cannot trust women you cannot trust women when they say that they're on the pill. You cannot trust women when they say that you cannot trust women when they say, oh, I'll take the morning after pill. You cannot trust women when they say, oh, I just got tested. You cannot trust women that says, oh, if I ever got pregnant, I would get an abortion. Because you cannot trust these women, this is why you need to take responsibility for your own seed, for your own body, and put on a condom, because you cannot trust these women out here. They are liars. They are irresponsible. They don't take their birth control at the same time every day like they should. They forget to take it. And then they lie to you about it. or they say that they'll get an abortion, God forbid, and then they lie to you about it. You cannot trust these women. So this is why you have to put on condoms, because these women out here are not loyal, they're not trustworthy, and it is not worth the risk. This is why you men must be the ones to say, let me put on a condom, because she's irresponsible, she's not trustworthy, so you have to do it yourself. I think that would be the equivalent to what I did.
Okay. Let me get through. I got 3 more. They're gonna be short, Crave. I promise. I'm gonna be all right quick. Okay. Now let's remove me having a wife, and let's just go with you find out that I have daughters. Forget I have a wife. I'm single with daughters, and all I do is talk bad about women every day on TikTok. What would you think then? Is it the same?
You're single and you have daughters. I would think that I would hope that you're gonna raise your daughters to be different.
Okay, cool. So let's switch this around now. Okay. So if you seen a married woman on TikTok all day, every day, talking bad about men, negative about men, even though it's true about men that she's saying it, but she's doing it every single day, what would you think about that married woman?
Yeah, I would think the same thing. Like, why is it that you think you're so special that you have the only good man? There's something going on there, that you think that you've got the only good man. Like, what is it about you that you've got the only good man out there? That's what it gives to me. And the same thing with if a woman who has black sons. Okay, so you think that black men are not XYZ. Well, I hope that you're raising your sons to be different, since you claim that this is how black men are. Like, if you're saying that, just like the guy, right? If you're saying that black women are irresponsible, that black women are not modest, that black women don't love their hair, they always want to wear fake hair, I would expect you to make sure that your daughters love their hair, that you raise your daughters to be modest, that you raise your daughters to be responsible. And I would say the same thing to the black women with black sons. You're saying that black men are not leaders. You're saying that black men are not consistent, they're not reliable. Well, I would hope that you raise your black sons to be these things that you claim black men are not.
And you are the first. Damn, this crazy, Kev. She's the first woman that I've asked where I switched the question around and she stood firm on both sides. So with that being said, how do you think, I'm gonna go men and women, right? How are you supposed to take someone like when you see, because most of us we probably run in the same circles of these panels and you see the same people. If you constantly if you're a man, I can't speak on a woman also. If I'm a man and I'm constantly seeing the negative talking points of men, wouldn't you think it'd be natural for those men to start think that those women really don't like men and anything they say it's kind of hard to take it for a grain of salt because you're thinking they're coming from a place of maybe hurt or some type of frustration towards men?
Absolutely. I think that, yes, I think that there's some women that are just so damaged and traumatized. Well, I don't really like that word traumatized, but since it's a popular one, they have so much damage and trauma. They're so jaded that even though they themselves have a man, that hatred towards men hasn't gone away. And misery loves company, unfortunately. So yeah, those women are too far gone. Vice versa, those men that even though he has a good woman, that he clearly seems to have a disdain for women, he's just too far gone. And I would take what they say with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Sean meet Alondra. Alondra meet Sean. It's like, yeah. I guess let's get this party started then. 17 people in here. If y'all can, until then, we go ahead and hit them likes real quick. Try to give me 20K. Y'all can do that real quick. If y'all have enjoyed the team, I want to see that little orange heart next to y'all name. Who just dropped? So we got to get serious. I don't even know who to drop. But
DJ. No dad joke.
Okay. Go ahead and hit that. If y'all don't got no heart in y'all name, go ahead and y'all see where you say laugh at. Hit that heart up there. You can go ahead and join the team. It's gonna help push me on that the popular lives. That's what I heard it's for. Also, if you haven't shared, go ahead and hold your finger on the prompt for 2 seconds. You'll see a list of friends. Go ahead and share it all out. Get some more people in here because I'll probably give y'all about an hour. And I think we good. A couple hashtag FYP, so I know y'all in here, man. Don't be biased. So I know I'm talking to you. See, Kelsey already on it. Feel me? Let's get it. Let's get the party started. Phil was already had the heads up on it, so let's get a laundry, a main thing, then big walk. And 20K to go. Then y'all can take a rest. 20K. And I'm gonna start looking at people's names because I can even catch y'all in the chat in the chat too. I know what y'all tapping. I'll call y'all out and embarrass y'all. I'm like, that's what y'all doing in here. You feel me? So I'm gonna give y'all about 2 seconds. See what I like. Let me see what I'm pretty sure he got the highest. I've been seeing him tap for a while, so I'm gonna give y'all what y'all need to beat. Let's see wait. So my boy Sean got 2.2K. So that's what y'all need to beat. Cause I can click on some names. So all right. I told you 20K to go. All right. So Alondria, who isn't brainwashed? She tap that ass down there. Wow.
Did you say
Freaky
who
Kelsey.
is not brainwashed?
Who is not brainwashed? Who isn't brainwashed, basically?
I have no idea. I don't know how one could answer that. I think that the younger generation for sure is. I think millennials are the best generation. Obviously, I'm biased, but I would think the older and the younger generation are, if anything, they're the most brainwashed.
Come on, Charisma.
I want to hear this one. Gen Z. So yeah, I would say the only people that really aren't brainwashed is like millennials because they try to do things differently for the ones above them, the ones before them. For example, right, this generation, millennials are like the biggest generation of going natural, despite the fact that we were conditioned and brainwashed to think that our hair should be long, our hair should be XYZ, right? We're pushing back on that conditioning of that more than our mothers did, more than our grandmothers did, who taught us about relaxers, etc. We push back on that. Yes, of course, there are plenty of millennials who do wear weave, but if you look at the relaxing industry, it's gone down drastically. So millennials, I would say, are the ones that are pushing against normal things that we were taught. Same thing with gentle parenting. Millennials started raising their kids differently, right? They did it differently. Generation over generation over generation. You go get the switch, you get the belt, blah, blah, blah. Millennials are trying to do things differently. So I think that our generation is the least brainwashed. And then Gen Z, they're extremely brainwashed by Gen X and the baby boomers. They're poisoned. Their minds are getting poisoned by these older people who are so jaded from a failed 20-year marriage or a failed 30-year marriage, or 20 years you find out the kid's not yours. So the Gen X and baby boomers are poisoning Gen Z's mind because they're young and their minds are susceptible, and millennials are right in the middle, like, fuck.
All right, main thing, what you got? Who isn't brainwashed?
To me, I just think the people who aren't brainwashed is the people who you can't sit up here and manipulate or get to believe in something that you don't show up in certain lightning. Meaning, if you can't just tell me something and not stand on it. You get what I'm saying? So there are people out here listening, people who will tell them something and they ain't even got to show them nothing. They'll just believe it because of the simple fact is it's coming from a person that they want to hear it from, or it's coming from somebody that they look up to the point where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to believe you. But when you come find out that a person literally they lied or they deceived you or whatever they say, oh, you been brainwashed. I think you start to realize like you can't sit up here and just trust what people say, because people could tell you anything to get you to believe anything, even the people that you speak so highly of or think so highly of. They can even brainwash you, because people got parents out here that they sit up here and put their trust in, but your parents still brainwash you to think a certain way, to sit up here and believe certain things. I think what's her name, Laundria, she on point with the whole, because I agree with the whole when she was speaking about the whole we was once in a time where people actually loved their hair. They love their actual natural look, state of being. Nowadays, you got so many people trying to change themselves. Shit, you've been brainwashed to think that your natural beauty isn't beauty. You been brainwashed to think that this makeup shit is who you really are. Is what makes your personality. It what makes you believe in your mind that you're such a high classy woman. Whole time you ain't even that. People be brainwashed in thinking that they got a relationship with somebody. Yeah, you think you his girlfriend whole time. Yeah, like it be like shit like that. Like people be sitting up here brainwashed thinking that they with somebody whole time. You know you ain't with this person. Because you could tell if you with somebody on when somebody is brainwashing them or trying to manipulate them into thinking or believing something that they that's not factual. And people be brainwashing themselves. Go ahead, Big Woe. Big
Big Woe
Woe.
than charisma.
Big Woe is on coffee cup. He having coffee.
Like you back. Look like it. Big Woe, you there?
What's the word?
There you go. Who isn't brainwashed?
You said what?
Who isn't brainwashed?
Who is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. You know what I mean? The regular people that's out there way minding their damn business. I feel like majority of people are brainwashed from every generation. But I feel like I give more leeway to the older generation because of less information and stuff that they had to go through in a time period. Now our younger generation, what's the excuse? Y'all younger, there's more technology, there's more information, easier access, but y'all still stupid, stuck in the mud. What excuse do you have for real, for real? Everybody's either has everybody got this group depression or trending depression or trending schizophrenia, some new shit they see their favorite celebrity go through, now they going through it. So I feel like the younger generation is more grits, in my opinion. What's good,
I
boss?
agree. Charisma, you next. Who isn't brainwashed?
I definitely know that I am not brainwashed. I can't really speak on the rest of the world because it's a hot mess, and I can't expect for people to hold themselves in the same regard that I do. Yeah, I think the world is really brainwashed because of social media. Like they really believe that this fake world is so real. It's just sad. So, and I made sure that my girls are very aware of what's going on in the world and don't get sucked up into none of the other rhetoric. I always tell, just like my mom did, do what you do and don't worry about nobody else. Don't worry about what nobody else got to say. Don't worry about what nobody else feel. You just be real to you and everything will, work out. The people that's supposed to be in your life will be in your life, and the people that are not will definitely not be. And that's what I appreciate about my mom. And I'm a millennial. I think, dang, my oldest daughter is actually a millennial. Yeah, I mean, I had her young, so she barely made the cut, but she in there. My youngest daughter is, what's the next one? Is it a Gen Z? I don't know, but she was born in 2000 and she is, she worldly, I would say, but she's not easily influenced. She don't hang around a lot of people. Like my girls don't even look at TV. That's how serious they is because they don't want to deal with it. They don't have social media or nothing. And I'm shocked, which now as an adult mom, I'm glad. So I don't know. I don't know who brainwashed really. I mean, I feel like a lot of people in the world are, because there are a lot of sheep and they just want to be led. They don't want to basically like use their own discernment or don't know how to figure out and understand like what is best for them. Not what's best for right now, but what is best for them in the long run. They don't know how to do that. They don't want to do that. People want to just come to social media to find out information instead of looking up the information and educating yourself on your own. Like, it's crazy.
Okay. Slee, did you answer this earlier? I felt like you did.
No,
Did you?
I didn't get to. I got a phone call.
Oh. So who
But
isn't brainwashed?
who isn't brainwashed?
Yeah.
Anybody who lives life with the understanding that they can always learn something. They don't know everything. That is somebody who is not brainwashed.
Okay. What you got, Lovely?
Well, anybody that is brainwashed is always trying to put in. I want to greet you first, Kev, like I always do with my salute, and everybody on the panel. Everybody who is brainwashed, sometimes we come in with political, social, and all these different agendas that are given to us. But if you're brainwashed, you're actually going to spread that to somebody else. So what are your ideologies? What are you going to give to everybody else? That's how I want to present it.
Okay. All right. Oh, so before I say my perspective, because actually I'm gonna use this what Anasi said though. The two people I believe that is not brainwashed though. But first off, for all the people that say they don't believe that they brainwashed, right? What makes a person brainwashed? We're gonna get that first one out the way real quick. Try to keep it short too, because I'm limited on time though, y'all. Because it ain't Friday. It's not Friday. I gotta get off in about 30 minutes. Trying to go through these. What's the deal? Light as bright as I see.
You
How
said
the heck? All the people that said they not brainwashed went on Coffee Cup. That's crazy. That was crazy.
So what makes a person brainwashed is a forcible indoctrination. Well, that's what Google says, but I don't believe in only that. I believe that you actually have to follow those factors though too. You actually have to follow those acts in it as well.
Okay.
To me, brainwashing. Well,
They must have went to go look at the definition or something.
I'm sorry. She was
Go
there.
ahead. No, I thought y'all did that. All y'all went on pause at the same time.
I just had to make sure that I was thinking what I was, thinking. And I feel like to be brainwashed means that you're allowing someone or something to have control over your mind. Basically, they are dictating what you think, basically, or what you do. That's brainwashed to me. Whether you don't even know if you agree with it or not because you're just following the leader.
Interesting. Anybody else? What makes a person brainwashed?
I mean, did you want to? I feel like I could.
I was about to say somebody who don't know themselves. The person that sits up here, you don't know who you are to the point where you're letting somebody else identify you as what you are or what they believe you are or who you are or whatever case may be. It's like they're putting a false belief on you and you're eating it up. That's so basically like I said, somebody who don't know who they are or who don't know their identity, like I said.
For me, I wouldn't say that someone has to like not know themselves to be brainwashed because all someone has to do in order to brainwash anybody is make enough sense. Not complete sense, just enough sense. My mom has told me that the most dangerous person is someone who knows how to put together a sentence. because like I said, all it takes is for that person to make sense, and then you start thinking about it, and then you start wondering, and then you start researching, and then you start looking into. Now, I do think you have to have yourself together enough and have enough discernment to be able to detect BS, but sometimes it's not that black and white, in my opinion, and anybody is capable of falling victim to a form of indoctrination, whether it's good for you or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's interesting.
Yeah,
So
I
you
think
said
a lot.
anybody, right?
I think anybody is capable of being brainwashed by something.
So mm, it's weird because you're about to get to where I was about to get to in a minute. So even with that, right? Because you look like that. Goo goo gaga.
Wow.
But let's say so this is what I'm gonna say then. So I'm just get straight to the point though. Me myself, and I'm gonna get this from. I'm gonna use the same thing I heard from. It's a mixture of what Mirror said and what Nasi said. I actually like Nasi's a lot. Mirror, he did a cheating one. He said God, but I would say that, but that's not a person, right? He's not a person. He way beyond a person. Just a person.
Jesus.
Good one. Good one. So we go 3 people now. It's like, but all right. So I would say that, yeah, Jesus God, and then we could say,
Joe.
no, he's brainwashed. He's brainwashed for sure. Uh, and babies, right? Babies. That's what it was saying. I believe everybody is brainwashed to a certain extent, no matter how we want to look at it. And I noticed that we use brainwash when it counters what we believe in, or because we grew from something, we think the other person. But it's a lot of things we have not grew from, and to say that I look at it this way: to say we not brainwashed, I mean we learned things on our own, literally on our own. That means nobody has taught us nothing. That means even with the research, which came from somebody else, right? Somebody got that research. You still got that from somebody, Oh, damn! I kind of tying in that other thing too. But I think to a certain extent, I think everybody, because I always say this too. I say our style still came from somebody. The way we act, the way we decide to move in this world, we just remix a little bit, but it still came from somebody. We didn't originate none of these things. We just took out certain parts and say, "This is me." That's why I don't even like saying that saying anymore. Like, "This is me. This is me." You know what I'm saying? No, once I learn I could be a better version of what I am today, I'm like, man, who really is me? Who is me for real? So I just don't, I just feel like it's limiting ourselves when we say this is me. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me saying that, right? But that's how I think. I think we limit ourselves. We put ourselves in a box. Just like I don't just stick with, I'm black. No, I'm just that. Or I don't stick with I'm Dominican. What they call what a Democrat. I don't stick with that. I am you're not even just a motivator. All this stuff. I just don't stick with stuff that just try to. I just say these are parts of me. You know what I'm saying? Even though we say certain things, but I guess it comes with my open mindedness is like I know I can be so much more than what I just limit myself. So I could be, whatever. So overall, I'm not gonna say that I'm gonna take credit of saying this is that these information just wasn't put into me on my own. No, I still had to, like, with the motivation. I got a lot of these things from other people on observation. And some of the stuff came from our own lives, but what's new? What is literally new under the sun? Nothing. So I will stick with, in general, like what was earlier, was without the religion part. I would say babies is not brainwashed. I would say that because they haven't got taught anything. They don't come out brainwashed. They just know only what they know. So yeah, I think to a certain extent, everybody is, even if you want to believe it or not, I think all of us got something from somebody. So in a way, we all brainwashed. That's the reason why I asked the question that way. But I mean, you don't have to agree with that. I was just saying that that's just my point of view. And that's why I asked this, because I know we're gonna have different definition. When I asked what makes it, because I was waiting for people to say, "Well, I'm not brainwashed." I want to ask what makes a person brainwashed, because everybody gonna literally have their own definition. It ain't gonna be the same. So who's to say who definition is true?
Well, and I know you don't want to bring up religion, but
I like what she said. Brainwashed to eat with a fork, right? We can
Second
say to a
Timothy
certain extent we
1:7
is.
says it's over the power and control. It's your self-control. Self-control. Even Second Timothy 1:7 says that. It's your self-control. So if you're brainwashed, if you allow somebody to take over your mind, that's on you. That's not on nobody else.
But then who you learn that from?
Exactly. Everybody around you.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's like, do you originate any of these things? That's my point. I don't think we originate any of these things. Even when somebody say speak for yourself or think for yourself, we still got that from somebody.
I mean, I think in reality, you got to learn to grow. It's a natural thing, because at the end of the day, somebody had to figure it out so it could be done the right way, because it's a lot of, you don't want to be constantly misleading somebody. You get what I'm saying? So
that's
I
subjective.
think plus some people don't want to constantly be misleading themselves, because that's why you constantly have people who try things till they get it right. So they can let the next person know what you can do if you ever run across certain situations. You get what I'm saying? Like it's more like teaching your mind not to always go be so reckless, or like, you get what I'm saying? It's like, maybe I'm thinking differently. That's
No,
the
I feel you
problem.
though, and even
Yeah,
with that, like with the
y'all looking at
misleading, that's the
different
reason why
stories.
it's a reason why I said it's subjective too. Even with that, because who's to say that nobody, to say you can't get, or to say that you don't get misled? Because I think everybody still get that too. To say that is basically saying you perfect. I think everybody is open to getting misled at any point in life, just overall. That's why I be challenging so many people, because it's like, what make people think? Because them and their experiences makes it the truth. Like, at the end of the day, I believe that everything that we decide to cling on to is a belief. It's just a belief. Just like we choose to believe what Martin Luther King did for us, or we choose to believe, like, the things, especially that we didn't personally experience it, or if it's been written in a book, we choose to believe if that book is telling the truth. Like scientists, right? We choose to believe that, okay, water is H2O. That's what they taught us. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know that like, in a way they come with, because like I say, I always tell you people a lot that I am very open minded. I'm very open minded. It's things that I do stand on, right? But I still leave room that anything. That's with me. Anything can be debunked, right? Because all I know is as far as my experiences, and even with my experience, I'm going to tie my beliefs to my experiences and call it that. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Well, that had to happen because of what I got taught. Just like this, right? Right. Say it like this, right? Just like we say believe in God. We say God, right? So I tie my experience. If it's like a miracle or something like that, I'm going to say it's God. Because that's what I got taught to say, that it's God, right? But that's what makes my life help push me forward. Just like some people grew up with crystals, right? And if their experience is tied with their crystals or whatever they believe in, they're going to say it's that. That's the reason why, because that's what they got taught. You see what I'm saying? So that's, I mean, that's only as far as humans can work. And I had to realize that as I grew up, because I wanted to have a mind of my own, right? That's the difference between being brainwashed. But to a certain extent, I still can't help that I'm brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? Because it's not, I don't think, well, in a way, you know what I'm saying? Because I can't help what I got taught, and I know that I just can only tie or make these things, basically, what I'm getting to is that I tell people, I guess, just work, what works with you, right? Because everybody, the thing is, I can't that's why I don't like really telling people what they, that it don't work for them. You know what I'm saying? Especially, I don't know everybody's experiences. And I think a lot of us tend to do that a lot. No, ain't no way that, you got that. Ain't no way that you had seen a ghost or something like that. How can I tell somebody that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I got the choice to either believe it or not, but
Did he freeze for anybody else?
I can say that that you might have been delusional. But that's the most I can do. But I can never tell another person what they personally experienced. Just like that, I wouldn't want nobody to do the same thing with me. You know what I'm saying? Who gave us any like godlike type powers to be able to do that? I don't think none of us have that. But that's the reason. But that I'm only mentioning that part because that comes with my open mindedness, and I realized that you know none of us was here since the beginning of time to know anything is a freaking fact. You know, only facts we know is what's been taught to us and what we decided to learn or invest our time in. That's the only thing we know. But that's the reason, you know, that's the reason why I be questioning so many things or whatever. But yeah, that's what that is.
Can I say something?
You can't lead everyone and you can't follow everyone.
Right.
I think the difference for me is more so like, so brainwashing has a negative connotation around it, right? So I think there's also a difference between being educated and understanding something and being brainwashed about something. Because I think brainwashing has a level of fanaticism to it.
So education, okay. I'm gonna try to see if I can get let's use that right. Your education come from. Let's answer this question now. Let's do this then real quick.
Send them to the grocery store, Kev.
Let's do this then. I'm glad you said the education, right? So let me see how y'all gonna answer this question. How do we know this is number since we on the next prompt anyways? How do we know when information is made from a white man, a black man, or any other race? I want to see how y'all gonna answer this. How do we know?
What do you mean by that?
Because some people be like, this came from a black man, or some people be like, well, this came from white man, or this came from that, or this came from how do we know that? Huh?
I think patterns.
That's your answer.
I think certain patterns. Meaning like you see certain nationalities have a regular habit or a regular pattern that they move in, and you some people come to the conclusion that the white man, his woman don't sit up here and yell at him. She don't sit up here and be loud and disrespectful because they believe most white women are quiet women and they don't disrespect their men. Versus the black woman who is always loud and always they'll make it believe like, oh, we always showing what they say are butt behind.
She just being us. Why are you yelling at me? You ain't gotta be so loud.
Okay, let me quiet down.
You gotta whisper. All right. Anybody else? So you said you can find out about patterns if something is white or black. Okay, we can rock with that then. Charisma, how can you tell the information you get is made from a white man, a black man, or any other race?
I guess it's situational. What was it? Was that Lovely that was just speaking?
That's the main thing.
I don't know. Whoever was just talking. Yeah, it really depends on the situation, the conversation that is being compared to. Like, I don't know. I really don't know. I have no idea because my brother is a black man, and he has all white kids, and his baby mama is loud as hell. I'm talking about white as hell, but she is loud. You know, so I don't like that. I think that people just like really feed into the stereotypes that like all black women are just so angry and so turned up when it's not all. To say all is not necessarily true. Is it a lot of us? Probably, I'm sure it is. But it's also a lot of timid black women, and it's a lot of timid white women too. And it's a lot of weak black men, and it's a lot of weak ass white men. So I don't really see it.
It's more about agreeable than it is about loud.
Agreeable.
Mm-hmm.
The way you said that sounded like you about to spit that up. Like, agreeable. Like, no, you didn't just.
Yeah, I just want to know. I was just thinking, like, so they're saying like we're not agreeable.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like that's just a stereotype, or maybe that is just
You just
what
proved it.
they've experienced.
You couldn't even agree to that. No, I'm talking to. That's funny though. That was funny. Like in a matter of
I didn't
seconds,
know
that
that
do seem
I
like you almost
can
proved it
be
though. But that
agreeable.
sounds so funny though. Not saying you had to, but the way you just did that, you could have been like, well, I can understand some of them. You just said what? You just automatically disagreed about that. That was funny. That was like a counter that fast. Like
I
you just
didn't
proved.
agree or disagree. When I said what, that means I was trying to make
That's
sure I
funny.
heard what I heard. I said agreeable. Like, is that saying like that we are not agreeable? Because that's not the absolute truth.
Gotcha.
I don't feel.
Yeah, I know I'm not an agreeable person, and I'm okay with that.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying that I can be agreeable, but a lot of times I do have my own opinion. I'll just say that. And then I'll just, concede if it's, I'll determine if it's even worth my time arguing about. And if it's not, then I'll just let it go. I used to be real bad when I was younger, though.
So you said, so your answer, your final answer is, I don't know. Okay.
Absolutely.
So main thing is pattern. Charisma's, I don't know. What you got, Slim? Let me see, Slimmy. I'll keep about to say your name. I don't know. How do you know when the information is made by a white T man, black man, or any other race?
The way the information is portrayed. Right. So a lot of times the information we look at isn't as genuinely biased.
Okay.
Or as genuinely unbiased as we're led to believe it is. So you can see when a specific study portrays a specific demographic group or study in a certain light, that it was written not by the people of that study or not by the culture of that study. So you can tell based on the way the information is portrayed.
Interesting. Okay. Portray, patterns, and I don't know. Lovely, what you got?
I think it's a brainwash is a matter of how it's forced upon you.
The question was, how do you know if it's a white T man or a black man that gave you the information you know today, basically? Or any other race?
Oh my goodness!
I got another question, Kevin. Can being agreeable or disagreeable be a form of brainwashing?
I was just gonna say that. Why do you, Mir?
It just hurt my head a little bit. I don't know about that. I don't know. I think being too agreeable is brainwashing.
Brainwashing is actually forcing you into washing your brain in order to think something different than you already think.
Real quick, because I do want to. I want to see, because I'm trying to get somewhere. So, what can you tell? I just want to see. I'm trying to remember what all y'all said so far. So, can you tell if it's the information you got came from a white T man, black man, or any other race?
No, you know what? That's a great question, Kev, because I think it really comes on to what. Oh man, you're gonna bring up privilege, or you're gonna bring up if it's gonna work for you. If whether it's a black man, a white man, a white woman, a white man, all that stuff, you're actually gonna bring that up. Because a lot of people are going to actually, if it's going to work for them, is it going to work for the other people? Is it going to work? Is it going to work for themselves? If it works for themselves, then they're probably going to grow with it or try to grow with it, whether they're black or white.
So you said so your answer is like, it depends? So we got, all right, now I got all y'all down. It depends. Patterns. I don't know. And what's she say? What's Slimmy said? She said, dang, what'd she say? I thought I had them all down pat.
I said the way the
I
information
said
is
I
You
said
said
presented.
pattern, right? I
pattern.
remember that.
Pattern.
The other girl said, yeah. The other
You
girl
didn't
said she
know.
didn't know. The other one said,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And then the other one,
Yeah.
Slimmy, I think she
Yes.
said that she her response was shit.
Right,
What
that's
was
the
your
one I
response?
forgot. I remembered a little bit.
I literally just said it. Can
Say it
y'all hear
again.
me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
because
can
y'all
hear
talking at the
you.
same
We
time,
can
so
hear
How
I
the
couldn't hear
you.
you.
information is how the
Yeah, she said
information
how
is
it.
Presented,
presented.
right? That's what the word. Okay,
Yeah.
presented. So, matter of fact,
Mirror.
I'm more on the before I get to that though. So let me ask y'all, right? I want y'all to give me an example then, real quick. I'm gonna make sure y'all stick with y'all words, right? Give me an example. I'm gonna do the main thing last. I don't want. I'm gonna do you last. Uh, lovely. How what did you say? You said what was the word? Depend. What you say again? I forgot. Man, I'm getting y'all mixed up.
Well, I mentioned it. It
Depends.
depends on who are you
Okay.
presented with, and that's what I was trying to use. It depends on who you are presented with. So then you have to know how to
All right.
receive
So
that.
give me an example of depending on who you deal with, make it legitly a black person. Oh no, YT person. Let's say that originated that thought or that information that you got.
Well, I think it really
It ain't
boils
gonna have no
down.
seasoning.
Stereotype.
No, you guys believe me, I got some seasoning. So you have to know how to relate to somebody else based upon who you are. Who you are based upon who somebody else is. That what the other person is how you manage yourself, because you're managing yourself in a certain way that is actually going to allow this person into your space.
Uh, mm, mm. Let me see. Let me see. All right, let's do it this way. Okay, okay. I guess I take that then. I take that. So let me a main thing. Okay, y'all the main ones. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can rock with that. So you said present, right? Give me what has been presented to you to figure out that. Give me an example of a YT man information that you gotten that was presented that you confirmed that was a YT man.
Okay, so we can actually talk about something I talked about the last time I was on your panel. So the study that the CDC did on present fathers in the home. So the original study, they found that it was more so white fathers that were more present in the home other any other demographic. That was the first study. After becoming more diverse and adding more multicultural employees to do these studies, they realized that actually wasn't factual at all. It was based off more white present ideals. So that when they redid it, they found that in fact it's actually black fathers that are in the home more and white fathers are at the bottom of the list.
Okay. And main thing for you now, patterns, right? Give me an example about how you found a certain pattern led to a black man gave that information.
Okay. Okay. So you said giving
Yes,
an
that you know for
example
sure that it was a
of
black
what?
man that did it.
Oh, shit. Let me think. Shit. That let you know a black man did it. Damn. Kill a black man?
It's something I'm trying to get to real quick.
That's kind of okay. Okay. Information is man. Okay. Shit. The black man. God damn. That's a good question. I ain't never been hit with no trick question like. I don't even know how to respond. let me marinate on that
I
one,
actually
please,
purposely did
please,
that
Kevin.
for the, and I'm glad y'all still up here too. Cause okay, matter of fact, okay, I'm glad you said that because you about to end up leading back to what I was about to say in a minute. So Slimmy, I should have asked it that same exact way. Slimmy, that information you just said earlier, right? How do you know for sure that it came from a black man or a white man, whatever? How do you know for sure?
Because at the time the original study was done, just about every
Let me stop you
employee
right there.
in
Then I'm
that
glad you
field.
said study twice. So how do you know for sure that study was made from a black man or white man?
I was getting there.
That's a new question. You couldn't have been getting
So
there.
when
I
the
was
original No, so when the original study was done, the majority of demographic of people who worked in that field and did the study were white people, as well as the ideals around the time the study was done
You was
were
there?
more, what's it?
You was there? How you know
Huh?
that? You was there?
It's not uncommon to believe that in certain times there were more racist practices put into things like this. We can see that.
This game is racist.
Huh? What did you say?
She said, he said.
I said this game is racist.
This game is racist. It's crazy. So the original study was done in the 70s and
How do you know
60s.
that?
So at that
Wait,
time,
when was you born? How you know that?
I was born in 94, but you can see when the study was done. You can go look at what the original study was. You can look at what parameters were set around what was considered a father in the home at that time. That stuff is all. So they redid the study recently, which is how they came up with different answers.
Who was they?
Exactly.
I'm gonna keep doing this because she not trying to give in. I'm about to see something real quick. So who was they?
The new people who were employed to do the study.
What's their names? Like how you know?
Because any report done by the CDC, they have to be who authored it, where they got that information from, what research they used to do it. All of that is in the study.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad she asked that. So was they black or white? How do you know that?
Because if you click a name, it tells you who that person is. Have you ever used the internet?
Yeah, I've used the internet. I've used the internet.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
nah.
But even the
Because I
internet,
get
right?
where you're trying to go, but it's like, you know, you can see who a
I see it's
person
hard
is.
for you. So at the end
Anybody.
of the day, I just do it then because you gonna keep going
I'm not
further and
gonna lie.
further back. And
The
I see
internet
you
lie
starting to get
though.
irritated now.
The
So at the
internet.
end of the day, right? None of us, unless you a god, none of us know this stuff to be absolutely true. We don't
Or
know. We
unless
only
you
go
was there
based
with
off
the
what we
person.
got taught, right? Because just because there's a name in there, right? They put that in there. Who know if it's a whitey man or a black man that put that in there? We don't know. The fact that we acting like we know we was born next to these people, that's why I like what you call it. She actually said, I don't know. Lee's main thing, Lee said, okay, I'm a little stuck. And Lovely was like, she'll start. So they try to shift you to this at this time. You still fighting it. And I'm asking you these bunch of questions for a reason. I'm waiting for you to say, you know what? I'm really not for sure. But you telling me what you got taught. You keep telling me what you got taught, but you don't know. Like at the end of the day, I'm just gonna keep asking questions until you say that you was next to God. That's what I was going to do, but we were not gonna get nowhere. So at the end of the day, it's okay to say we don't know sometimes. I'm even saying that I don't know who originated this. All I know is what somebody taught me, and I choose to believe it. Right? I choose to believe it because it feel like it sound right. But at the end of the day, I was not here since the first person made a book. You know what I'm saying? So it could be a name, whatever. But how do I know if that name was legit? You
Facts.
see what I'm
Because
saying? I don't know.
people be
Somebody
taking
could have put
this.
any name. Well, the dude named Kevin Loin wrote this, and he's a black and he can confirm it. How do I know that? How do I know if they lying or not? Well, they can't lie. People can't lie. on Google? I see the internet, just like I'm gonna answer that question too. You say, have I ever seen it? Yes, I've seen it. But how do I know if it's true or not? I choose to believe it's true or not. You see what I'm saying? I choose. It's a belief thing at the end of the day. And I don't know why we can't say it. Why it's so hard for us to say, well, I believe it's true.
Well, and think about it, Kev. Is that what leads to brainwashing?
That's a prime example, right? To stand 10 toes, because that's what I'm saying. I think, just like we said, I think brainwashing is the opposite of like open-minded, right? I'm open to anything, literally, can be debunked because I wasn't here when God was here. And even with God, I got taught what God is, and I do believe it is a God, you know what I'm saying? But I choose to believe it because it fits so right in my life and it makes a lot of sense to me, which I can say that. But I ain't gonna say I for sure know. Well, I do know it got to be a creator, right? But I'm not gonna say for sure because I wasn't here at the beginning of time. I'm not that ego. I can't. Well, I'm just saying with me, right? I'm not that ego driven to say I officially know because I'm only about to be 34 next year. How the heck do I know what happened millions of years ago?
Exactly.
Because somebody told me, but I don't know if it's true or not. It's so much freaking what's that? So much corruption, so much sabotage that could have happened in the process. I'm not gonna act like that is not possible. That's how open-minded I am. Anything can be sabotaged.
Plus, a lot of people misunderstand. You got shit like AI that could sit up here and put your ass in the mindset to believe some shit that isn't real. A lot of the people up here believe it, that they look like them photos, but whole time, girl, you know you ain't never been to the army a day in your goddamn
No.
Well, a lot of people want to look at like the Bible times, and they look at Moses, they look at Noah, and they're like, no, that didn't exist. It's like you weren't even there at that time. But how do you not?
Right, we
believe
don't know if
what
it exists or if it did. We just choose to believe. That's the key word. Believe that this is a fact. Believe that this is true. Because we can't, nobody can, unless you literally was in here, lived 2 million years ago, it's a belief. It ain't no. You can't say no. I mean, you can act like it, but that'd be just being, I don't know, right? But at the end of the day, it's believe. I believe this is true because I seen this written down by another man, and I still don't know what color they is, but that's what they said. It was a black man or a white tea man. I choose to believe that, and it ain't that hard to say that. It is not that hard. It's just not that hard for real.
People are still doing that nowadays.
That's why some people came up with that slogan. You gotta believe it. You gotta believe it. Till you see it, that's when you believe it.
So seeing is believing.
Belief offers doubt. Knowing is knowing. But people are still doing the same thing nowadays that was happening in the end time, in the old times, whatever you want to call it. So belief offers doubt. Knowing is just knowing.
That's okay.
You know?
Believe keep you open-minded. It keep you from sitting here standing on something that you're not for sure about. So I'm okay. Look, my thing is I'm okay with being wrong. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay that things can possibly be proven wrong, right? I think the thing is what we hurt ourselves at is we tie ourselves, just like with the thing what I was talking about earlier, like people only go as far as I'm black. Okay, what else more about you? Or you just stuck in that? I feel like that's a brainwash. People only go as far as I'm a Democrat. People only go as far as in, I am. I mean, it's so many things that people box themselves in. I have an attitude problem. That's what we freaking box ourselves in with whatever label, and we could be way beyond it. When I realized I could be more than just Kevin, right? I realized I could be
or
more
a
than
single
that.
baby mama.
You know what I'm saying? I think we just tie names to us and live with it and never be beyond anything else.
The labels.
When we are way more if we expand our mind, we way beyond just that. You know what I'm saying? I had to realize that. But that's us. I would say that's a brainwash. You know what I'm saying? When you keep yourself in a little box and say this is, I can say I'm a motivator, right? I be saying that too, right? I do believe I'm a motivator, but I'm not just that. I'm not just that. It's cool to say it, right? To help amplify myself, but when I realize that I'm more than just motivator or awareness bringer or I'm a human.
revolution
I'm a
will not
human.
be
I'm all type of
televised.
things. You know what I'm saying? I'm a child of God. I mean, it's so many things. I don't want to just stuck with that because that means I'm just only gonna think just that. You know what I'm saying?
Once you're left with a label, you're actually you identify with that, and you actually lose yourself in what everybody else tells you who you are, but you don't even know who you are.
I can say that too. I can say that too. I know a lot about me, but I ain't gonna never truly know who I am because as long as I keep getting better, I'm gonna learn more about me. You know what I'm saying? More of what my capability is. But at the end of the day, I can't say because if I say I know me, I know who I am, right? I know who I am. That means I'm stuck from that point, right? But then you end up learning something new about yourself. Then what did that do? Was the old you fake? You know what I'm
Just
saying?
mean that just mean I know everything about myself today.
Right. And that's cool. That's all I'm saying. Everybody can do that. But me, myself, when I know I can be better than what I am today, I just can't say this is just me. You know, I can keep, what me is when I hit that grave. When I hit that grave, that's all I can say what me was. But even that, right? Who knows what's gonna happen afterwards? We don't know. I could have been in just a walking vessel. I mean, it's so many things we try to, I guess, put a label on ourselves from, and I'm not gonna understand. I can understand it, but it's just like I just gotta be real with myself. I can only go off what I believe. It's just it's beliefs. That's what it is. Beliefs is everything. You know, even things
Like I
that people
tell
say
people,
they know, it's still belief. Our beliefs is tied into our experiences and what has been taught to us. Who knows that we supposed to originally speak English? You know what I'm saying? Who knows? It's so many things. That's what I'm saying. It's too much. And I can actually admit, if I gotta be the only human, that I can admit that I've got taught all these things. I've got taught everything I know. I got my style from I got different styles that I mixed in from other people. The way my accent is. You know, who said this is my original accent? You know, all these things. I don't come out a baby talking like this. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I say a baby is the only one that's not. And also what a Nazi said, right? Maybe the only one that wasn't brainwashed. In time, right? Once the parents start installing in them what they got taught or what they got brainwashed, then that's when the baby start. You know what I'm saying? But as a kid, all that stuff. I mean, it's so much, man. But this stuff get real deep, though. It
Well,
get deep.
it's crazy
well,
because I always tell. Go ahead, Levity.
Babies are brainwashed to be
go ahead, honest. It's your turn, baby girl.
I was just about to say real quick. That's why I be teaching people. You gonna have many different versions of yourself, so you don't really know self because you gonna constantly see yourself in different lighting. That's why when you hear people say, "Oh, I was with a person and I'm wondering why they changed," nah, they ain't changed up, baby. You just seen it. You just looking at a version of them that you never seen. And truth be told, the person that you say that you believe that they were, that's still them. That's just a part of them that you were dealing with at a moment in time. Now you're about to deal with this person that they also that's also a part of them that you got to experience now, just in a different way. You get what I'm saying? Like, my makes sense to y'all.
Well, think about it. What we're talking about is brainwashed, but
Hey, y'all about to make me do another 30 minutes, man. Why y'all do this? And then I'm talking to myself too, like it's tomorrow Friday, anyways.
oh, well, think about what you put on here, Kev. Talk about brainwashing. How do you wash your brain? How do you wash your brain? How do you move it backwards?
Unlearn what you've been taught. And you know the funny thing about that too, though, all this stuff, a lot of these things I didn't mention earlier before y'all came in. Even that, right? We unlearn to get rebrainwashed with new information, though. Like our information is still. That's what I'm saying. We We can't help it. That's real talk. Like, if people really see this, we cannot help it. We get our information from other humans, no matter how we want to look at it. We have our little, okay, like I said, we have our little experiences we can't learn from, but to a certain extent, like I was talking about the people in my one post about, oh, well, I'm high vibrational and low vibrational. Where do we get that from? Hey, we ain't originate that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just the way we talk, the English that come out of our mouth, like we cannot help it. We can't. And I know it hurts a lot of people, right? I know it hurts. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us want to stand 10 toes. I know this. You know what I'm saying? Well, okay, cool. You can feel that way. I am okay with saying I believe this, but I'm not going to say I know. Because who, like I said, who knows if I'm supposed to be speaking Hebrew? Who knows if I'm supposed to be, I'm just doing what I'm doing to make best out of my life right now. That's the best I can do. Because all this stuff really ain't gonna mean nothing and when we hit that grave, it's just not. You know what I'm saying?
Because a lot of people need to just listen. A lot of people just need to listen. That's it.
That ain't gonna help. It's like, nah. But it ain't gonna help though. I got two main things in the building. Y'all get like me, boy. Two main things. And they on the top row.
Man, our spirits are all moving together. We all know.
He said if we want to get real deep, this I'm pretty sure, man. I'm pretty sure, man. That's why I be trying to just stay open for the most part. Like I said, stuff I got I'm not gonna say stubborn, stay 10 toes on, right? Especially with like what I believe is right or wrong, and then I have life itself that prove it too was right or wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like unaliving somebody, I'm sticking with that. I'm not gonna, I'm not being open minded to stuff like that. I'm not being open minded that is not a creator, which I call God, and people call it many other things. I'm not gonna be open minded to that. You know what I'm saying? I think the only thing I'm open minded to is that probably that our creator do know if we looking for him or not, and put it that way. I say that though. I believe that is many different ways. That's different with me though. I do believe there's many different ways. I think we just take stuff a little too deep. That thing, God can be like, no, you're not talking to me. You're calling me somebody else's name. I don't think that. But that's why I'm kind of open on that though, because I don't know. That's my view. But
we already know what the government is doing. We already know what the government.
I don't want to say too much.
Yeah, we can already go with every affect that everybody is. We already have the divide. We have the racism divide. We have the white and black divide. We have the government divide. We have the politics divide. We have the Republicans, the Democrats. We have all this stuff. But at the end of the day, what do we do for each other, and what do we do with the people around us?
What you mean by that, twin? Are you the original? What?
I think she's talking about the person who had themselves in two boxes.
Oh, I think I get it then. Talking about the originator of
Right.
Well, and that's another that's so funny. That's why I love this. Everyone start doing that. Everyone start doing that now. What's that doing? What?
What the heck?
Oh, did I miss what she said? I must was talking and missed that.
No, because she said I had brainwashed y'all when I had myself in two boxes. But she said that she think you or me are the originators.
You talking about that? I think it was. I don't know. Maybe Mary did it first, or I did it. I don't know. I forgot. It was so long ago. I feel like I might have did it. How many pages I had before? I have a bunch of pages. I don't know.
40.
I don't know. Oh yeah. I ain't never seen two of my. I know I did do that to somebody else's page though. Before I put my. I wanted to put 3 profiles in there. I'm gonna get 3 of my phone. Like, yeah, got you all, Kevin. Can't get enough of Kevin. So, but Yeah, that's why I asked that. I asked that though, because I do want to see what people stand at though, because I do believe a lot of us is. And I feel it though. I feel it though. But it just took me a minute because I had it took and they took that word. Which sign was it here? Took me some humbleness. You know what I'm saying? I had to realize like, man, do I really know? I had to ask myself that. Then I have another cousin that used to do me like that too. My cousin Wine. I don't know if y'all remember him though. And me and him used to like go back and forth at my job and stuff. And he had me questioning some stuff. I'm like, dang. Like, man, because I was even talking about, it was so many different things. I'm like, dang, hold up. Do I really know why I'm standing so heavy on this? Like, I just, the almighty and stuff. I had to think about it. So now I do that to people now. You know, I'll be doing that to people like, hold up, do you really know? You know what I'm saying? Was you next to God and saying, hey, you know what? We're going to move that part over there. We're going to call that person grass. We're going to, I said call that person grass. Stuff like that. So I had to think about that. So a lot of us do be standing on things like we've been here since the beginning of time. And I'm just bringing awareness to that low key. That's all it is. That's all I'm doing. But at the end of the day, I still let people beat them. At the end of the day, I just wanted, a different perspective. Like, dang, do we really know? Do we really? But I realize when we do say we know, we just tie our own personal experiences. But then I'm like, at the same time, we invalidate other people's experience like they don't have experience. Well, if your experience don't align with my experience, it can't be true. Like, how do we know that? How? How we know if somebody lying or not? What if somebody said you were lying about your experience? We wouldn't like that, would we? If this person said they seen a person walk on water or freaking hold their breath for 45 minutes.
What you eat don't make me boo-boo.
We got to believe it or not. What's the deal, middle road? That's how I look at it. If it's on, and I'll say the reason why I don't believe it, but I wouldn't say that it might not be true. I just say I don't believe it. I ain't gonna say I know it's not true. I can't do that. Whatever. Just like everybody want to play victim. I've been like this. Well, I don't know if I believe you. You know what I'm saying? Too many people lie for that, and I might choose to believe you. So, what up, BBO?
What up,
What's the deal?
Kev? What up,
How you feel?
Kev? What up to the panel? I'm feeling pretty straight, man. I was just trying to catch in into what do you mean? What do I actually believe that? Because I guess I don't know exactly what the topic is as far as what you believe in, and what we talking about, like in general. We talking about religion, or we just talking about like what we talking about?
Everything.
Everything.
So let me get you. Let me get you through the because let me get you through the first three real quick. Who isn't brainwashed?
Who isn't?
Yeah.
So you said who isn't brainwashed?
Yeah.
I think everybody experiences a certain portion of brainwashing at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, brainwashing seems so typical. Is brainwashing at the point of the point that you realize something that you was taught your whole life is actually the opposite, or something that you believe to be one way and you realize it's the other? Like, but if you never realize that it's brainwashing, you think it's the truth. But then once you discover the truth and you realize that it is brainwashing, then, or you realize that there's some type of agenda behind why it was exhibited to you first and not what it actually is, then you realize that wasn't the truth. And then you got to realize, okay, why was this hidden from me? What was the point? What was the agenda for this being one way, presenting one way when it's really the other? Then once you realize that, you realize it's brainwashing. But I mean, I don't think, if you think Christopher Columbus discovered America after all this time, after all the information that came out, then, that's probably a level of brainwashing, because you still think Christopher Columbus.
Oh.
Yeah. So what happens when you figure out that you were brainwashed?
Right.
That when you were told something that was a lie.
I mean, at that point, you realize, okay, once you realize that's what it is, then you're like, okay, what does this really matter? A lot of stuff that we were told something differently. Once we figure out it's the opposite way, a lot of it don't really matter. You just got to be aware. It just make you more mindful of stuff in the future, how you taking information. But, you know, a lot of times whenever you're being brainwashed and then it's the opposite, if it don't directly affect you, then you're probably not going to do anything about it. If it does, then you're going to move a little differently than what you used to moving, you know. But sometimes you may have to move in that exact same way, knowing the truth. It just the way it is. So I think it just depends.
So I got a question for someone get to so you can be up to date on what I was getting to. So let me ask y'all. I'm gonna see how y'all answer this question. You and my cousin. How do we know when the information is made by a white T man or black man or any other race? How do we know? How do we know for sure that it was a white T man that did it or a black man that did it?
I'm guessing I is understanding the question. You saying what is the race got to do with whether he put some truth
It's the
out
reason
or
why I'm
whether
saying it
it's
because
true
a
or
lot
not
of people do tie race to the information that they get. Well, I know a black man created this, or I know a white T man created that, or a black man gave this information, or a white T man gave this. I hear it a lot, so that's why I'm asking this question this way.
Yeah. The race only matters in that situation whenever you talk about a certain type of pride into things, like, you know, if, you know, people do, you know, a certain type of pride people get enthused by, like, you know, regardless of what anybody says, everybody know Michael Jordan the best basketball player. You know, people mostly agree. You know, whether they have him number 2 or number 3, you know, you can make an argument for whatever. You know, at the end of the day, it's a certain type of pride that black people realize, and people, you know, they take in, if it's your race or whatever the case may be. So that's the only way where it matters. But then a lot of things were made and discovered by black people, and then we figure out, I mean, you know, we've been told all our life that it's been discovered by white people. That's a form of brainwashing, because now, like we thought all this was discovered, like it's a certain type of pride that we would take just from people saying that, okay, a black man created this, a black man created that we will be, you know, kind of justified in. That's why they put certain heroes up for us, for certain people to make them, you know. That's why Jesus is always pictured as white, you know. Whenever he's, you know, it didn't just don't make any sense as far as his geographical location, and then also what the scripture says about Jesus and his description, and then where he was at. And if you understand the history of things, you would know that there's no way that Jesus could be white. You know, from the Caucasus, Mountains, that you would know that that's not really. It don't even make sense for him to be so. But why is he pictured? It's okay for everybody, but if you ask somebody that, they'll argue straight up and down, because they were brainwashed from the beginning to believe that. So, yeah.
Okay. So I think my cousin did the perfect thing, and I'm glad. Well, I'm not glad, but let's get to it then. That's why I was looking for somebody to give one. So, cuz you said the white T man translated the Bible we read today. How do you know that for sure?
Because how else did it get in English? And not only just that, they used it to control slaves.
How do you know that?
Because in history, when you go back, you have to understand, when it comes down to religion is one of the biggest ways to manipulate people into getting them to do things that you want. All you have to do is change a few words here, change a few words there. Like back then in the Bible, if it say follow the laws of the land, and the laws of the land is a black person is only 1/3 of a person, like, you know, they tried to use that to, hey, you're not really a whole human, so you don't got the right to really vote like that. And of course, you know, you got some people that woke up and was like, you know, that's not right. But look at what they tried to do. Even when you go back and look at slavery, like how they even got us over here, they had to use something to be like, okay, how can we tame them? How can we domesticate them? Like we some type of wild animals. And you know what they start doing? We couldn't read English. That's not our natural language. So they so-called taught us English and taught us what the Bible mean. And how can you sit there and learn what the Bible mean from somebody that's evil? I land.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we not done yet. I gotta do the same thing with her. So so you said that was in a history book, right? You said you learned that from your history, right? That the YT man did all this?
Yeah, definitely.
So how do you that's why y'all got so the key word in there, how do you know for sure that it was a YT man? That or it could have been a black man next to him that had wrote that down too. How do you know for sure that was a YT man that did that?
Because English is not our natural language.
How you know that? That's what I'm trying to see. How do you know that?
Because geographics and just in Africa, where in Africa do they really, like back then they spoke English? Like I don't know. I ain't gonna sit here and act like I'm confident in saying that because I don't know everywhere in Africa and all their languages, but I'm pretty sure that their natural language was not English.
Do you know? Have you ever heard of the Tower of Babel?
Hebrew, and there's a lot of Greek that comes in that though too.
Hold on real quick. I think I'm glad I have faith in cousin. I'm glad you said it. Finally, not somebody, because a few people are, but y'all just seen that. I'm glad because I was about to keep on asking cuz questions. I'm glad he said it, and he wasn't like old girl from earlier, right? That's all I wanted to hear is somebody to say, I don't know. Right? Because I'm proud to say I don't know. The fact that we acted like we was with these people, which I mentioned earlier, and I'm glad that we didn't have to go that far. Yes. He actually said it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's the whole thing, right? We choose. So the key word is we believe so. We believe because this is what we feel that these facts are facts. So I'm glad that cuz stopped himself and finally said, I don't know. Just like main thing, eventually she said, I don't know. Lovely said, I don't know, right? I'm glad that's what I'm saying. That's all. It's not that hard to say, I don't know, and I choose to believe this because this is what makes sense to me. That's all we have to say nowadays. We be sticking on stuff like we was here millions of years ago. We wasn't. That's all I'm trying to get us to do, right? Is just be aware that we, at the end of the day, we're going to get limited to our information and we choose to believe these things because we was not the originator. That's all I'm getting to about this. So I'm glad that he said that. I'm glad that main thing said it and Lovely said it. And I think, I didn't give BVO all the way a chance though, but that's what I was getting to. But I had to because only reason why I was on cuz because he had said that in the comments, and because I was waiting for because somebody else did that, and this other girl did that earlier, even though she still wasn't like, even though she just got out the panel though, she left the panel. But she just was gonna keep on letting me ask her, well, how you know? How do you know? Because I was gonna keep doing it, but I was like, you know what? I see she's not about to give in, right? Because it seemed like she just didn't want to say I don't know. I don't know why people so scared to say I don't know. Why? What is up? Is ego and pride that bad nowadays? I don't understand. Like, it can't be that bad. Like, dog, it hurts to say I don't know.
It does. Like some people don't want to feel like they don't know what they're talking about. And it's like the more you challenge, the more you constantly was challenging her, you could constantly see she eventually said, damn, like he right, I wasn't there. So I really am taking information.
Who you talking about, girl?
Yes.
She still didn't say I don't know. She dropped the panel.
Well,
Oh, I thought
and
she
that's the
had
reason
said
why
it.
people
No,
don't
she
know how
never
to
said.
keep
Even
up.
Kelsey said it out. She never said it. She just went on and left the whole panel.
That's crazy.
Yeah, she did. She got irritated. I think. I don't know. I'm not about to say all that. I'm not about to say all like. Let me say it behind her. But I'm what a fact was is she dropped the panel because I was like, because like y'all, all three of y'all said I don't know, and I was just basically saying like the same thing I'm saying now. Like why nobody just can't say I don't know, and then eventually she just left. She just left.
Yeah, as soon as I read the question, I was like, yeah, I don't know about this shit. Cause
That's all we had to. That's what I'm saying. That's not that hard. That's what come with open mindedness. That's why I'm proud that my cousin said it. I'm glad he said it. Right?
And
Because it
I'm
is like we do that. All of us do that. We stand on and it gets so far. We be like, well, that's what it is. That's our fact. That's okay. Even with these facts, somebody still wrote these facts down. You know what I'm saying? That's why I
exactly.
asked
But
this funny sounding
since
question: a black
since
person
you
or
want to
white? We
come at me,
really
cuz
wouldn't know.
since you want to come at me, cuz I'm about to play the reverse card
I'm
on
gonna say I
your
don't know.
ass.
I'm good. I don't have no problem with saying that.
Nah, reverse, reverse.
De Niro, seeking you will find, right?
Right. Now you done
We don't
fucked
know it
around and
all.
found
We
out.
don't know it all, but we can't
We
tell
don't.
everybody
I don't know it
how
all.
they
I can
need
Hold
to
admit
know it.
that.
on.
But that's the
So
thing.
we going
We
off of
don't need to
beliefs,
tell
right?
everybody how to know
Everything's
it.
beliefs. Yes.
Hmm.
And you just said I had to take a sip because this is about to get real.
Oh man.
but I
So
had to
you said you
also
don't understand
understand
why
that.
people is so afraid to say I don't know.
Yeah.
And we, go to war over our beliefs. But we
True.
really go to war over our beliefs because it was a whole time and age period where people did what? Went to war over what? They religious beliefs. It's
Hmm.
not religious facts, it's religious beliefs.
Beliefs. Right.
And that's the thing with people. Everybody wants to feel like their way is the best way.
True.
That's what it all comes down to. You sit there and talk to somebody about finances, shoot, I'm well versed in the business world. Somebody else will tell you, hey, I made a good living off a 9 to 5. And they'll argue you up and down about why they made it off a 9 to 5. And I argue you up and down about how I made it off a business. But the thing is, what people miss is it's okay to be receptive to information that don't necessarily go with your belief. I land.
That part.
Yeah,
De
I was
Niro
going.
just said a
Man, I
really
missed the
good
ending
point.
part, man. The stupid live.
It's how you receive it. It's how you receive it.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to talk about everything that we're doing for other people or what we're presenting to other people, but how do you, as yourself, receive it?
Yeah. And everybody receives
My,
things differently. So
my thing is all about the whole belief stuff. I just think, shit, you got people out here who believe that they deserve a good man or a good woman, but it's like,
Right.
but in reality, it's like, why do you believe you deserve a good man or a good
yeah.
woman if that's something that you never had or
True.
seen?
True.
You know what? You
I
know
think
what?
you're supposed to, even with our beliefs, you still, and even with mine, right? I can explain why I believe in what I believe in. It's all about explaining it instead of just saying I know, and then just you can't. And some people can't even explain why. I would just explain it to the best way I can for what I do know, right? Or for what I can connect with my beliefs and use examples that people might can agree with. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't this, that, because sometimes I even learn. Like, I remember I used to argue using Bible scriptures and stuff, and I realized everybody don't believe in the Bible. So I had to use real life experiences that they might can actually understand and then throw it in there like, yep, but that's in the Bible. And that's how I used to get people with stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I realized that some people automatically invalidate certain things or whatever. So I try to use real life experience that we can all resonate to. Then I use my belief system and try to tie it into it with it. You know what I'm saying? So that's how
I
I
ain't gonna
look
lie,
at
my
it.
cousin challenged
A
me
lot of
on the
people.
Bible. I'm not gonna lie, my cousin challenged me on the Bible one day, and not because he don't believe in it. He don't believe in God. He don't believe in none of that. And I was like, I literally looked at him one day. I said, "Why don't you believe it?" He said, "I can't believe in something I don't see. Right? I can't see." He was like, "God had took my mama. Uh, how am I supposed to believe that God is a healer if He couldn't heal my mama?" And I was like, damn. So I had challenged him. Well, I said, you got to understand that it's a lot of things that you can't see, but you believe in. I said, that because you sit up here, and I had used the example. I said, you could sit up here. I said, you breathing right now, but you can't see air. But you breathing off of oxygen. You believe they telling you that it's oxygen
Mm-hmm.
that's keeping you alive.
Yeah.
So I'm like you gotta think about it in a way where, even though you can't see it, that doesn't mean that it's not real.
Yep.
Well, I think
And
that's
then they believe that that is not a belief. So there's still gonna be a belief in it. They
yeah.
believe he's not real.
Well, because belief can have a doubt. A lot of people believe in things that they actually doubt in. Knowing is offering no doubt. Knowing is just knowing. Belief offers a doubt.
I
So
know. I be knowing that it's money in my account, but then when I was broke, then I
right.
was saying so much
There you
of
go. There you
trauma.
go.
And then even
Yeah.
when it's a big amount, I be like nervous a little bit. I'm like, why am I nervous? I know it's money in my account, but it's like I be still reminiscing. Like somehow I don't believe if I just check my app. I don't be
Nice.
I
believing.
don't. So when is it a time in our life that we have things that we might not doubt? Because I heard you say that again, lovely. You said no one is
Well, but,
that
but,
and
but belief
Hey, good
offers
night, Kev. Good
doubt.
night, everybody.
all right,
But
Mary, for sure, appreciate you.
Nah, bro.
thank you, Mir. Love you always, brother. Belief offers doubt. Knowing is just knowing.
Yeah.
Knowing
So I'm
is
asking you,
faith.
what's wrong with doubt? That's all I'm trying to say.
Ooh, that's a good. Okay, the wrong thing about doubt is you're losing faith.
Yeah. Hmm? You necessarily think? But okay. We roll with that though. So what? So is you saying is it times? So when is it time in our life that we don't have doubts, or isn't that what comes with being a human sometimes?
We always doubt. We always doubt
Like
our.
insecurity. Let's say insecurities. Who don't have
Yes,
insecurities?
yes. I think most people doubt themselves more so than they doubt anybody
Stop
else.
cheating. I ain't
Stop.
think keep on going to the cheating answer.
Yeah, most people doubt themselves more than they doubt anybody else. The hardest relationship that we have in our life is the one with ourselves. They doubt themselves. So how can they move with knowing what they're gonna move towards, or are they
Yeah.
believing what are they believing, or are they gonna doubt what they're actually moving towards?
Hey, can I ask a question? It might
Yeah, before
be.
you go to that question though, real quick, I was about to. What I want to say real quick is that we know every human doubt. Every human is going to have doubt because we wouldn't have this thing called motivation. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't have to motivate ourselves if we didn't have doubt. So everybody is going to have doubt. The fact that what I'm saying, the fact that we have to motivate or inspire and all that other stuff, that we wouldn't need no cause if that was the case for that then.
I got a
So
question,
I believe
Kev, real
every
quick.
human. I'm gonna say believe every human has doubt. Huh?
Do
I
you
think
think that God? Do you think God have insecurities or he have doubt?
no,
Okay, that's all I
no,
wanted to know. Because
no.
some people would sit up
I
here.
think, and that's all about to say. To not have doubt, there will have to be a God. I'm glad you said that.
This
uh,
reminds me of pride. Like this reminds me of pride. Like
And
how do
this
you? Oh my goodness.
I think
Stop doing this, Kev.
I think the cousin. Go ahead, cuz. I think you had a cuz.
So it's crazy that we speak about doubt because when you think about it, not only do just life teaches us doubt, our parents do, society do. A doubt about everything. Cause let's say, okay, before you touch that stove, your mama gonna tell you don't touch that stove. So if your initial reaction was, hey, I'm gonna touch the stove. I'm confident that I can touch the stove and figure out what this is and nothing is gonna happen. Your parent come along, don't touch that stove, it's hot. We ain't never touched the stove before, but now we doubting it. That's literally, so to have doubt, you have to have faith. You have to have some type of faith, because if you didn't have faith you can do something, you wouldn't have doubt. And if you don't have doubt and you lose faith, you lost. Damn, that's crazy. I just thought that out while I was high.
Stupid. I'm gonna say this too, though. Also, right? With that, dang, with the doubt thing, right? Dang, it was something I want to heard but slip in real quick. Doubt. Man, all right. I think I'm gonna remember it. Go ahead. I think Keith. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, we operate out of two places in life. It's either fear or love, right? So you have to know the attributes of love and the attributes of fear. So when I'm operating in faith and belief, I'm operating in love. When I operate in doubt, I'm operating in fear. So when you doubt, it'll create instability, and instability will create insecurity, and that insecurity will develop into another level of fear, which will cause you to want to control something, because it has a chain and a root, right? So if you operate in doubt, you see it all the time. You hear it all the time on this platform. People spew information that comes from doubt, which its origin is in fear. So you have to understand and know what the voice of fear looks like, so you can displace and dispel the doubt.
Yeah. I just thought about it, right? I also thought about this. I think doubt is something that we can't help. Just like emotions, right? Emotions. Some things gonna happen, but I think we gotta try to always counter every last thing that. So like, because it's like that's impossible to say. I don't fear, or I don't doubt, or I don't have insecurities. Because like I said, the counter to that would, you wouldn't have to motivate yourself. You wouldn't have to have faith. You wouldn't have to have hope and all that stuff. So it's things that's in our life. Besides even just we saying parents, teachers, doubt, and all this other stuff. Our own life do. All it takes is one failure. One failure is going to bring doubt. That's just something we can't help. Ain't nobody gonna have a golden head out of nowhere when you thought you had the right relationship or something like that, and all of a sudden it fails. You're going to have a little bit of doubt. It just happened like that. You have to literally motivate yourself again. Maybe this wasn't right. Well, that's when you have to, kind of force the optimistic mentality after a while. I can understand. That's why I say I can understand why it's so easy to be pessimistic over optimistic, right? But it takes a motivating type mindset to keep you from bathing in doubt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Nobody's
so
saying like
doubt is
stay in doubt,
necessary.
right? Nobody's saying stay insecure, but that's stuff that's just going to happen,
It's
because that's why you have
necessary.
to, like I said, motivate yourself, keep faith, pray. All those things is the counter from sticking in the doubt and insecurities. So that's just part of life.
Well, doesn't
It's
doubt
necessary.
I think BBO had something
direction?
though before you had that.
It's necessary. It's necessary. I agree with you, Kev. It's necessary. It motivates us. It's that fear, like the gentleman said, is rooted in fear. So it's necessary. When that man, that's going viral, when that man, was down 4 places in the Olympics, and the doubt that he was gonna lose motivated him, even though everybody else had that same doubt that they were gonna lose. It motivated him enough that pushed another gear in him. That doubt pushed another gear in him to to crank it up and give it all to go into another level and unlock another level that he didn't know he had because of that fear, that doubt of losing in the Olympics, and it caused him to pass 3 or 4 people to win. So that doubt, I believe, is good. Doubt is a good thing. It's a necessary thing in this life.
Yeah, it's just not good to sit in it. That's all it is. I think. Oh, go ahead, Lovely. I think you asked. Right. I gotta doubt up out of this thing too. So I'm pushing my time.
I think that's the thing, is that when you doubt something, it makes you question. It makes you question. It kind of reminds me of discernment. It's like, do I choose this, or I choose the other side? It gives you discernment, because when you doubt something, you're actually having to tell yourself, do I go with this or do I go against it? And that's a doubt.
I like that he used willpower too, and that's something. And that's funny. That's not. That's something like all these things, right? That's something that you have to give yourself every day because it can go away. You have to just like motivation. You have to motivate yourself every day. You have to all that stuff take work. Just like that's like saying okay, right. I found a way to have peace or something like that, right? Well, you're gonna have times where things gonna disrupt your peace. So you have to find a way to, you have to, all that stuff take work. You know what I'm saying? And I like that, like I said, with the willpower thing, that's not an automatic thing. That's something that you have to be willing to do. I like how he said it, you know what I'm saying? But you have to be willing to do every single day. You just don't get a cap at willpower, right? And then it's just gonna keep on being automatic every day. No, you literally have to push yourself every day. When you wake up out that bed, you have to push. You might not feel like going to work, but you have to push yourself. You're not gonna feel like it all the time. When you go work out, you gotta push yourself. Huh?
Is it safe to say that willpower counteracts doubt? Because
same thing. That's like motivation.
You got willpower, you got resilience. Like somebody that just won't go for a failure. It's
that's
like
motivation.
real life people out here that be like, I'm not taking no L. I will go to the ends of the earth to get this dub. And they look at every situation like that, like they not taking the L.
Yeah. The fact that they voiced it is showing that they motivating themselves out loud, because the fact they had to voice it out loud, that's how they keep themselves that's how they motivate themselves. Basically, that's why they saying it like that.
Some people, it's like a constant reassurance that they're giving themselves that I'm gonna dedicate myself to be the best, to do my best, to always put my best foot forward, to never sit up here and doubt myself. Because some people have it like in their mind, when you put negative thoughts in your head, that negative things start to happen. So you try to never motivate yourself to sit up here and think in a bad lighting.
Right.
So you can always have a positive outcome, to me.
Yeah, like the optimistic thing. Ain't like bad thoughts don't run in my head, even though I still have to push myself to think positive, even when things happen bad. You're gonna have that quick little moment, right? But it's just like not sitting in it. The key word is not sit in your doubt or your fear or your insecurities. You're gonna have moments that you're gonna get challenged on different things. That's just part of life. Even if we go to the Bible, God even tests people, you know what I'm saying? To test you where you think you strong at, right? But he still had this time where you have to either motivate yourself, call upon him, stuff like that, because we human. Nobody is, we is not excluded from certain things, no matter how hard we done worked ourselves to a certain level and all that stuff. That level still can get pushed down any day. It can. You have to literally every day force yourself to try to stay at that level that you claim you at. Every day. Every day you gotta help yourself be happy. Every day you gotta bring peace. All these things that it's literal work. I mean, it becomes easier, right? The more you find a way to or understand how to get to it, right? It do become easier. But every day that's work. It's literal work. Like people be like, the patience. Some people been lately talking about me on that. It take work, but some days well, a couple of times I've slipped. You know what I'm saying? But that literally take work. Nobody is robots in here. We don't just get, like I said, we don't just get to a point where we don't have to do the work no more. And it's like, oh, that's just, I'm not going to never get challenged. I'm never going to get provoked again. I'm never going to get tempted. I'm never going to get, that don't work like that. We freaking humans.
And that's the thing is that, sometimes you have to sit in your own shit. Sit in your own shit so that, and I'm not trying to cuss, I'm trying to be nice, but you have to sit in your own mess so that you don't create a mess for other people, so that you know how to present yourself to other people, because other people now you need to know how to respond to other people, because not everybody is coming at the same aspect that we are on this panel. Not everybody is
I
coming
don't know
from.
if I like that term, sitting in your own mess. I think that's people's problem nowadays. They sit in it. I think as soon as the mess come, you should find a way how to escape it as quick as you can.
So I'll use another word.
Because sitting in your own mess, I think that's people's problem nowadays. I think that is.
I'll say another word. Deal with it. Deal with it.
There you go. You already know I'm big on wording. I'm sorry, I'm big on that, but that just sound nasty. You got to sit in your own, and that is. If you really think about think about that though. Like, isn't that what people do nowadays? They keep bringing up the old past stuff. They keep bringing up all these, other, or some people just become miserable and they gotta drink it away. They gotta smacks it away and all that stuff.
I'm gonna give you that, Kev. Like, address it and move the fuck on.
Something.
So I want to add this.
That's a good point.
Your attitude is your altitude, right? You can't rise any higher than your attitude. So every day you got to work on the right. You have to fix your attitude, and that has to be your attitude every day, right? I want to give you guys a new definition of failure, because there are a lot of people that are afraid of failure.
Right.
What they taught you about failure in school is a lie. How much do you actually learn from winning, opposed to losing?
Whoa, right? That's a good one.
Thomas Edison made the light bulb 1,000 times wrong, or did he make it 1,000 times a different way? Right? So, in other words, here's the true definition of failure, and I want you to take this with you. Failure is having never tried. Failure is having never tried. Because if I'm trying and if I don't make it, right, I'm not failing, I'm learning. But if I never try, I have already failed. You know what I'm saying? So
that's good.
It's because we've been taught to think wrong about failure. And so people automatically think, oh, I'm going to fail. No, get out there. Fail and fail often. Fail often. Kobe Bryant missed the most shots in the NBA. Was he a failure? Anybody? Was he a failure?
No.
Yes.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't a failure.
Hold on, you said Kobe Bryant?
He tried.
Kobe Bryant missed the most shots out of all the NBA players. Was he a failure?
Oh, no, not in life, no.
Well, not according to us, but maybe according to him. Maybe
I think successful people experience the most failures out of life, meaning they constantly go through different things, like you said, try different things, like whether it's they'll fail in marriages, fail in bankruptcy, they'll fail it's like different failure stages, but you'll learn to sit up here and always build yourself back up. Like you said, you have a trying spirit to where it doesn't kick you down to where you mentally just tired. You get what I'm saying?
I think that's something you shouldn't try as a bunch of marriages. Don't try that either. That's where you got to sit in your own. It's like, no, let me stop. But that's where you got to sit to yourself on that one.
That's the thing. Like, I think what Keithan is saying is that if you don't take risks, you're going to be a failure sometimes. But how do you know if you're going to actually perform or be good at something that you do if you don't even take that risk. Just like what Kobe Bryant did. He took risks. He took risks. A lot of people don't even want to do that anymore.
So
Even
so the wealth.
when they
I'm sorry.
fail. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, my
The
brother.
where's the wealthiest place in the world? Anybody tell me where's the wealthiest place in the world? Where's the wealthiest place in the world?
America.
Anybody? Go ahead. You said America?
In my home.
No. No.
Isn't it somewhere in Africa?
No.
Above
It's
the
called.
grave.
It's the graveyard, because there are a
Oh, I was
lot of
close.
dreams.
Sweet.
The dreams that never came alive because people never tried, because they were afraid to fail. Do you know how many dreams that died with that person because they didn't try, because they didn't want to fail? Listen, you have to be a fool to not fail.
That is so true. If you don't take a risk, how do you know what you have forward toward you?
People scared. I might have to make that a topic too.
Don't feel that.
People scared of failure, man. Why?
They are. They're afraid because you know why they're afraid? Because of everybody around them. Everybody around them
True.
that tells them you
True.
can't
But they
do
not
this.
afraid to sleep with somebody when they didn't see how many people fail with that.
Exactly.
They pick and choose with that.
Exactly.
Well, if I mess up, I mess up. You done seen 1,000 baby mama and baby daddies. Y'all still try to do that. You ain't scared for that one, huh?
Because they know the outcome.
Yeah. Everybody's so worried more about and this is what I spoke on, and I've spoke on it on your lives multiple times, Kev, is that everybody has a self-identity crisis. Everybody is afraid of who they are because of how everybody thinks that they are. They're so afraid of, like, they don't even want to take risks because they're afraid of how everybody is going to think about them. But they don't even think about themselves.
All right, y'all, man. Yeah, I am pushing it. I'm gonna be on tomorrow. I'm gonna be on tomorrow. Think of something. Think of a topic for tomorrow. I don't know. Yeah, I pushed it. I pushed way past my time. I was supposed to get up at 10:30.
And you can talk about the voice. And you can talk about the voice of fear, man.
What it
looks
fear?
like. Yeah, what it looks like. Fear shows up in many different ways.
It does.
Interesting.
Okay.
And so I might do that then. Since that's a request, I'll do it. I'll do that.
Yeah, because people don't know what fear looks like.
What do fear looks like to you?
That's right. They don't know what it looks like, man. They think it's.
We about to get deep with that one. Okay, I might do that tomorrow.
I don't know if I'm just too blown, but your ass sound like Denzel a little bit.
Well, fear comes from the anxiety. Anxiety comes from the inability to control what everything around you is happening, and the fear of you can't control everything happening around you. So that's why people have anxiety. People don't even know what anxiety means. So people are. I try to change the word. Instead of anxiety, it's like a concern. It's a concern. A lot of people don't even know how to be concerned, or they're fearful of the things that they can't control and that they're afraid of.
I just want to say on the motivation thing that, you know, when I look at certain things, like, I think a lot of people got to understand you got to have dedication in you always, and know that even if you do sit up here and fail at something, you always got a new start tomorrow to try it again. Understand it's not the end all be all. Some people will be in the mindset thinking certain things is the end all be all. That's why I think you do. That's why you have people out here who dreams die with them. You get what I'm saying? Because it's a, and then I also wanted to say, because it was something somebody said that sparked in my mind, because it had brought me to the Steve Urkel and Laura type of situation. So hold on, who turned my mic off?
Somebody turned your mic off.
I was trying to give you a gift. I'm so sorry.
Ooh, my fight. Let's go. Sorry, no, I'm talking about.
I was like, what's going on?
I was
She
trying
said,
to send
"Shut
you
up."
a gift.
Sorry, no. Shut your trap. Sorry, bro.
That was so my fault. That was so my fault because I was like, wait, I want to send her some gifts.
Oh my God, that was
I got a gift for
you
you.
know I love you, Honest. You know I love you.
Send you this zero talking.
Oh my goodness.
You're not
I'm
right.
so sorry. I'm so sorry because I was like, wait, I need to send her some gifts. Okay, please finish.
But I don't know why the Urkel and the Laura thing sparked in my head, because I was like, for some reason when Urkel told Laura, he said, she was like, we're not married, we're not doing this, we're not that, because he got her that ring, and he was like, it's like wanting to touch a star, right? He was like, he's like, I know I'm not worthy of you, but he's like, it's like wanting to touch a star, but you can never reach it, but you just got to keep on trying. So I think in reality, a lot of people think, okay, big galaxy, okay, big
galaxy, good look.
But yeah, I ain't got no coins. I'm broke. I be sending my coins off. But I got you, sis. Though, don't worry.
She be trying to pay that debt quick. Nah, this is just
I earned
what's the
these.
word?
I
Embrace it. Sit in it. Like Sherry word.
I earn them and I give them back. That's what I do.
Okay, like, big money.
That's me.
Appreciate you, lovely. Already know.
I don't know why that's stuck in my mind. I'm like, a lot of people sit up here and they sit up here and they try things. And I think that's the problem. A lot of people nowadays, they move in with doubt. They already coming into a situation having doubt or having a failure mindset that things not gonna work out. You get what I'm saying? Like you'll sit up here and be like, let's say you wanna talk to somebody, but you doubt that they might shoot you down. Like, it's like, thought you was shutting down. He is a warlock. He about to get up out of here.
And that's the thing, though, Honest, is that like when you know somebody is doubting you, then what do? Are you doubted, or do you move?
Yeah, that's dependent on the situation and the person who's doubting it. I think because even the person that's you're doubting, they don't want to let go of the person that's giving the doubt, if that makes sense.
Right.
We talking about fear tomorrow. Let's get it. Y'all got me on. I'm over trying to.
Fear. Okay.
Man, Kev, I don't even know how many notes you took, but I took notes tonight too, and I'm like, wait a minute. These are the conversations that need to be had, where people are actually talking about real shit, real beliefs, real doubt, real honesty, real love, and real kindness, or even real bullshit. To be honest, you know.
Oh, lovely. This my other page. That's why I was like, okay, why the hell do I follow her? And I'll follow you on my other page.
That's,
But
I don't know.
oh, thank you, Kelsey.
Honest,
You about to make me cry like a son. But good looks, Kelsey.
I love you, Honest, and I love you, Kev, and I love you, De
Love you
Niro.
too.
Man, stay humble, stay smooth, stay bold. That's what I say. Just stay bold. Like we gotta endure a lot because we're moving with a lot of unity. We are.
Yes, yes. I'm about to KO. And
Okay.
Thanks.
All
y'all
One
right,
stay
more day
guys.
for
well.
me.
I appreciate the gifts.
Love you
But
all.
it's time to get to the sun for.
All right, guys. Be
All
safe.
right, y'all.
All right.
Love you, Kev.
All
Love
right,
you,
love you
Honest.
too.
Love you back.
I'm trying to do this little time. I'm trying to pre-do this topic real quick, guys. All right, y'all. All right, Kelsey. I'll see y'all though. Give me a quick snoozy.